Uh, Starting off with, this is a game that is in a genre I wouldn't normally play, as you can see in the content warning here. If any of these apply to you, this is, I guess, the closest thing to a warning we're gonna be getting here. Obviously, this also isn't the way I normally do this, because right now it's not full screen. I'm hoping there's a setting for me to change that. Otherwise, I'm gonna be in a rough spot. Anyways, as it is, I'm gonna hop into this, and I've gotta, as per is always my issue, gotta pull my chat up. So please bear with me just one moment while I get that going. There we go. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions, there are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is, despite what the prior title or screen said, it's not a horror story. This is a love story. Oh, thank God. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, so much better. Instantly so much better. Alright. Skip. We are going to, I assume, skip nothing. Despite the fact that this is supposed to be a horror game, this is also something... Boyle effect. Let's turn the music down a little bit, and the sound too, but keep the voice all the way up. Welcome to the stream, Dem. I'm drunk already, and it's only 7:30 here. I am going to assume that there is nothing wrong with that, and that we're just, having an evening. Anyways, Dem, in all seriousness, hopefully it's drinking for the right reasons, man. Have a blessed one, and take a shot for me while you're there. Alright, so I have no idea what I'm doing. The last time on this channel... Wow, I really need to turn that down a little bit. Let me turn that a little bit lower, because if nothing else, it's blowing up on my end. That's pretty good. The last time we, on this channel, did anything in relation to a game like this... it was a group of 5 guys, and everyone was already shit-faced drunk. And I think partway through one of the recordings, I can't remember if it was the KFC one or the other one, we literally, we all took our... This is gonna sound really, really sketchy, but hear me out. One of our participants was having serious ADHD... distraction problems, and it wasn't me, go figure, so if I'm sitting here saying it's bad, the guy who can't tell one story without going down 5 different tangents, it was particularly bad. Everybody in the room, so again, it was like 5 guys, all take our belts off, and strap them around this guy that was having attention issues, and just sit him on the sofa, and are just like, read your damn line. Well, that was a thing that just happened. Hey Ian, hope you're doing well. Gonna head to the store soon, so won't be able to stay too long. Well, Richard, hopefully you'll be able to catch us when you get back, cause this is going to be one of the few times... Ian, I'm your biggest fan. Please give a shout out to my friend Spencer. He's been diagnosed with autism. He has or hasn't? Now I'm confused. Anyways, without a doubt, I think... Hold up, Dem. I'm back in Aber, first day today. Jesus Christ, the screen keeps changing. I know I haven't started the game yet, but I'm engaging with the chat. Please forgive me. Dem, absolutely no problem. I'm having the end of the day drink as well. Let me grab my drink here. Although this is not nearly as good as what I was drinking last time, in your honor, but give a shout out to Spencer. Cheers to you, mate. Good in Dem's book. Gonna be good here with me. I assume that this statement, though, is that he has or hasn't. It's one or the other, and that is a very strong one way or the other, been diagnosed with autism. If you have, welcome to the club. Cheers, mate. Same with me. If you have not, I suppose, cheers, you've dodged a bullet. I can say that. I have autism. Anyways, I'm going to put that one down. I also have water over here because hydration is important during a horror game where I have no idea how much of this I need to read and how much it's going to make me pull my hair out. I love how this is still not answering it for me. Gonna go pull today. I don't know what that means, but he may have, but doesn't have autism. I love how that still answers nothing, and I'm just like, bro, whichever way it is, shout out to Spencer. Now, the thing I was gonna ask is Spencer the guy that you were drinking with? I don't think. Oh god, I'm showing my stupidity. Oh no, was he the guy from before that was with the oh, no, where are you going? Twitter, why you broken? Yeah, okay, it was Spencer. I had to go through the Twitter messages to see if he was the guy from the last stream, because I am an ignorant fool and don't pay attention to nothing. Anyways, Richard, as I said, hopefully you're able to come back and catch us at some point during this, because the opportunity to catch me playing a horror game is not very common, is not very high. Also, if anybody can let me know if my audio is absolutely god-awful, please fill me in. I mentioned this before in the last two streams that I have been dealing with some serious audio issues, the worst of which came about the day after I had my nieces in the area in which I do my recordings, and the youngest thought it was going to be a good idea to try and shove her hand through my pop filter and throttle my microphone in a way that not even the most rambunctious of rock stars would throttle a microphone. Thank you very much, Richard, for letting me know the audio sounds decent. Poll means getting fit females. Look, man. You know what? Fuck it. I'll drink to that too. God, I'm having too much of this. Dem comes in here and like it's 7:30 and I'm already drunk and I'm like, I am on my second drink and you are hell-bent on making me join you, aren't you? I'm doing good, and hopefully, well, you know, much appreciated on the doing good side, and I don't know what store you're going to, but hopefully you don't get bit too bad by the checkout process. Alright, anyways, I think with that said, I'm going to start the game, and we will see if this is a game that makes me feel uneasy and perplexed, as I suspect it will, or if this is a game that will make me scream because jump scares get me and I'm a baby. I've got no excuses. I also think there is a lot of voice acting in this game, so if need be, I will shut my mouth.
In the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh, look at
You're
that!
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, we heard the man. There is a princess in the basement of a cabin, and we are here to put on the Riz and lay her. The end of the world, what do you... Oh, explore as in explore details of the story. What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Holy sweet mother of God, there's a lot of exposition. Wow! Alright, and I know that this is like a spiderweb mapping story system, so every decision is going to lead to different scenarios, and part of this game is massively about getting bad endings and trying again. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget this, I'm not doing it. Have you considered that maybe... ooh, ho, ho. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing it? My reward is presumably, not ending alongside the world. Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution! Oh, I'm feeling iffy about some of these. Silently continue to the cabin, turn around, and leave. We're gonna go with, this is our first run in. Let's go Ian thrust into this world, voice in his head says to do the thing. First things first, what the hell are you talking about?
The end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Getting you up on the TV. Thank you very much, Dem. From what I understand about this game, it is a narrative-heavy game, and it is artistically driven in this storybook style. So hopefully putting it up on the big screen is going to give you something to appreciate down that avenue. But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world? If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill... look, if Ian is thrust in this world and a voice inside my head says kill princess, I don't think I'm going to do so without adequate reason. That's my first avenue here. Do you have any evidence to back this? There we go, that's the one.
Already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
No. The voice in my head is telling me that I have done this thing, but I have not experienced that.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Oh, man, he really wants me to kill this princess. Look, I'll go to the cabin, and I'll talk with her. And if she's as bad as you say, she is then... And if she's as bad as you say, she is then... Am I having a stroke, or is this just a bad sentence structure? Maybe I'll slay her. But, hear me out, alternatively, maybe we shall lay her. But I'm not committing to anything until we either A, get approval, or B, we have confirmed the evilness.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But, a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies.
Well, so could
the
you.
more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
I'm not hearing anything that doesn't also apply to you.
Each and every one of us is doomed.
There we go. Is Otto honored?
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Honestly, that's not a bad-looking
go
cabin.
Through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, hold on. He's not entirely wrong, but the hero doesn't just save a princess to say the princess was saved. The hero always has a motive. Now, maybe the motive is the king asked you to save the princess, and you know what? The king is going to give you your right reward. You're going to get some... Maybe you're a knight. Maybe you are honor-bound to save the princess. There's always a reason, right? Maybe we're just here because maybe she is evil. You know, it's not impossible. I'm leaving myself open right now. We're not cutting off any avenues Other than turning around and walking away and telling everyone to screw off and let the world end. Much appreciate the gif. Also, the double fisting. God, you know what? Again, reason, drink. I'm there. Should have made a drinking game out of this. Every time I swear, drink. Every time I die, drink. Every time I scream, drink. Those would have been fairly decent ones to fall behind. Every time I thirst, drink. We all leave here dead. Alright. I have no other options but to proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, now. Look, I'm a man that likes some fine cutlery. You left this blade in easy reach. I'm grabbing it. No, I'm taking it. I want the blade.
Take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
No, actually, ending a life is pretty easily done barehanded. It's not pretty. It's not clean. My cursor is, I am now. Not only did I grab the knife, I can't not have it in my hand and flail it around wildly. But again, I am a man that enjoys a nice bladed implement.
Revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place.
Hey Spencer, welcome to the stream.
A hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
She doesn't live here! You said she was locked in here! She's trapped! Welcome, George. Welcome, Spencer. Hey, I'm the guy in the GIF. Well, look, I have drank once in commemoration of the double fist, but you know what? I'll round two. I know Demi's a top. Need I inquire? need I inquire how you are so experienced on the quality of the man's performance? Jack, all right. Welcome, Jack. Hey, Ian. Welcome, Spencer. They keep topping off my drink with Southern Comfort. I don't mind. I'm really pissed. I don't know. It sounds like someone needs more Southern Comfort.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
I have no idea if my mic picked that up, but I hope so.
Who's there?
Hello?
She sounds dangerous.
Yeah, that didn't sound...
It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
I'm still not sure you're not manipulating me. Who are you? Hi! Where's the reasonable response? Just checking in on you. That implies that I had something to do with this before. I think I'm here to kill you. That's pretty threatening. And then just the guy who is just like absolutely out of his element. Just the weird, creepy smile, the fast hand wave. Hi! Hi! I mean, she knows we're here. But if we say nothing, that's even... I don't know, maybe we can deny we didn't hear her.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
The gameplay is top tier. I'm gonna coom. Well, at the very least, that was delivered and read at the time that at least a female exists on Scream to some extent. Scream on screen.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
No, the hero's
And
right.
There you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
What? Nah. No. No. Yeah, you caught me. I'm here. Here to kill you. Doing the killing thing. Let me just get the stabby stab over with. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. Steel your nerves and step forward. Just go all in assassin. I haven't decided
How
yet.
about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
But I mean, it's a nice
Look
knife.
how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
Well, but I
Don't
like
you
the
dare.
blade.
It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Define cold blood. Drop it or tighten your grip. There is no just like, no, I'd really rather. No, it's all in one or the other. You know what? We'll drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you.
Look, as I've said, there are
Against
many
your
ways
better
besides a
judgment,
blade to do the
Step
job.
forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Cut me
We'll
a
be
break,
fine.
narrator.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
I don't need to reason with her. I just
make
need
sure
to
you
know
don't
that
forget
you're
about the
you're
blade
not
on the
lying.
floor. You're going to need it.
Right?
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Your words, not mine. Yeah, that's a are you? I like that one. How would I get you out of here? I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say? You know, there are people who have told me that you need to die. What do you have to say about that? Do you know why I'm here to kill you? I'm still not convinced I'm actually here to kill. A voice in my head gave me that reason. I might just be here for many other plausible reasons. But obviously, look, I said it as soon as she dropped the line. I'm going with this one. A relationship. Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Look, I was trying. Let's go with let's start with getting some details. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
But a lack of detail, but I clearly did not ask the question appropriately. I gave an avenue for a broad answer, and she took it. Whoa, how would I get... I'm not sure that's necessarily the right answer either. I'm here because you're supposed to end the world. No, let's throw everybody else under the bus.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think.
Well, I mean, so do, like, incredibly evil people. They like it enough that they want to control and rule it. I'm not surviving tonight. I'm already swaying. Gonna head off as I'm with Stampy, the guy who plays Minecraft. Alright, Dem, if you're gonna be heading off to bed, man, have a good one. Take it easy. up to you on the consideration. You know, a man of your own fate here, but you know, might maybe finish that drink. I'm almost certain you're still holding.
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Long enough that you don't remember anything about the
Just
world.
how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
They have not told me why you are allegedly so dangerous. However, simply you being down here chained up to a wall doesn't mean you're incapable. Hear me out. Let's say, hypothetically, you really do want to end the world. Your blood has some sort of, you know, mystic, magical, I'm the daughter of the king who goes back generations. My blood is the key to a super weapon made to end the world. And you're just going to be like, yo, as soon as I get out of here, I am bleeding all over that pot of magic fuckery. I'm gonna nuke this planet. Just saying. Possibility. I don't know. What are you gonna do if I let you... What are you going to do if I let you out of here? Interesting. No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I am inclined to trust literally the voice in my head. You know what? Let's do a little deflection.
Princess hesitates before responding.
Alright, Dem. Have a good one. Enjoy your evening. And hopefully you can get some sleep. Hopefully we'll get to catch you next time, man. Have a good one. Jeez. Let me throw my phone everywhere. The princess hesitates before responding.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I expect an answer. You've got to give me
I
something.
don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
Wrong.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
And you're giving me nothing to trust
Whoever
you with.
sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why.
And you're not telling me either.
That doesn't sound
You're not
right
even
to
telling me you wouldn't.
And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear.
You don't even have to tell me that they're good things. Genuinely, you could just say something as benign as, I would walk out of here and do my best to live a full life. That could mean whatever the living fuck you want it to mean. Hell, that still leaves you the opportunity to be like, but I didn't say I wouldn't end the world during my full life. But at least it's something. And instead, you won't even give me that.
But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
What can the word of somebody else
She's right about one
be
thing.
worth?
Her word isn't worth anything.
Neither is yours, but at least you're giving me
Like I
straight
said,
answers.
It's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim?
Not
the
how this
princess
works.
Clearly incapable of ending the world.
Wrong.
Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Now hold on. You have given me nothing to assume that she is a princess, yes. But you are wording this in a way that implies that she has been bad at her job. Now, what job is there of a princess until the princess becomes a queen? Fuck all nothing. Follow up? If she is in a position in which the people are are displeased with the leadership. Why hasn't any of them come here to deal with her in that sense?
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. I'm not letting her out. She has given me no reason to trust her, and the voice in my head has at least been straight with me. I don't trust that voice in my head either, but at least I don't feel... This is like a scale of who's lying to me, and it's like one's at a 4 and the other one's at a 7.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Well, then, clearly, your
One way
attempts
or another,
to...
I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help.
And now she's threatening. This is now... With one answer, we have gone from the realm of questionable to I am being threatened. I don't like that. I don't... And here's the thing, right now, I am in the position of the decision making. Kind of a risky play here, Princess.
And if you don't,
Continue.
I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
See, to the hero in the room with me, we have now at least gotten something of substance to latch onto a concept of the kind of person we're dealing with.
You have to make a choice.
Oh, I cut him off. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. She has been locked down here for such a long time. By her own admission, she has forgotten what the outside world is like. Nothing has changed about her situation other than me and this hero have walked into this room. The door wasn't locked when we got here. There was a knife on the table. That was already there. We have moved it to the basement, that's true, but it was already here, and if she was capable of getting out, it's already a thing. Nothing has changed as far as her ability to stay locked up in here other than the people that have shown up. She has now basically said, enough has entered the equation that I could get out of here. My concern is the hero. With that said, I don't trust the hero. The hero has given me even less to go off of than the voice in my head, or the princess. And the princess has now basically... Look, if it was just me and her alone in the room without the hero as the third part of the equation, I have been given enough in the context of magical Ian teleported to this scenario that I wouldn't say no, but I would be using the knife and making it quick. The hero makes this questionable, but the hero was sent here for the same exact task. The hero has confirmed that someone outside of all of this has sent us here to do this, which means that the voice in my head that started this all down the avenue has at least been honest with me on that front. I think on this first path, I'm going to slay the princess.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
See, so she was going to get out of here anyway. Before all of this, if I tried to slay her, nothing's changed. She was already capable of fucking me over this way.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
The hero, bro, what the fuck? Nothing has changed. What changed in your stance? Nothing. Nothing has changed. She was always capable of dodging the knife and fucking me over.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Well, hold on, I'm not human. I got something going on with my hands. That's interesting. I should have realized from the claw of the pointer that I had before. I'm not inherently human, but also this follows up with a question then. I know I am fairly strong enough to have overpowered this scenario. So what kind of, at this point, I think fair to say, assailant am I if I went down that easy?
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity.
What about my body now being... The hero now knows something, some funny shit's going on. If he's survived this, so he's got that going. I'm down here on the floor, broken and bleeding out, I assume. If I die, again, what has changed about her situation locked in this basement that doesn't leave her in the exact same scenario? She's got a body here, that's about it.
You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart.
And a knife,
You
that's
had the
true.
upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
How dense is this
This is the
woman?
end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Well, okay. Look, I gave her every out I could.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
That's a chapter 2, but
If
we're
you
getting the
don't,
same story.
It will be the end of the world.
Hold up. Wait. Yeah, we're getting the exact same story. Hasn't this already happened?
Hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
No, hold on.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Fine, no secrets.
What does it matter what he knows?
Non-secret
There's nothing we
number
can do
1,
to
we've
stop
met
her.
before.
She's just going to kill us again.
Oh, shut up. Are you really
She's
that...
not going to kill you unless you let her.
Hold on.
Slay the princess and save
The
the
hero
world.
is that
Which
terrified
will
that
difficult
one
task.
loss
He's been
in,
the
he's
whole
just
time
like, man,
second-guessing
why
himself.
bother continuing? She's not going to kill you unless you let her, but slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second... Look, I admit, I second-guessed once, and we saw where that led. But again, nothing changed as far as her being locked down there. So, let's try another avenue and see where this goes. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Well... Interestingly, I would want to go check on the cabin and see if her circumstance has changed at all. Because realistically, I could then turn around, walk out, and leave, and she would be in exactly the same position she was in
Those
before.
are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's
Okay,
say
come
for a
on.
moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die.
Alright,
What are we
now
supposed
mystical
to do to
voice in
stop
my
her
head,
then?
you heard that.
What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Did they?
What do you mean?
What
Of course
changed?
there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started.
Which is why I need to
Sounds
go
like
and
a
confirm
consequence for
that
each
everything is the same. Again, if everything is
Yes,
as...
but
oh,
in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
well, again, if I go there and verify that everything is exactly the same table, the same knife, the same stairwell, the same locked up princess, the same locked up the same chain, if nothing has changed, then my presumption is she's been locked in here so far, she's going to remain locked in here. I can turn and leave, and things will be as they are, and come back with something that will do the job at a more effective range. Because I know charging her with a knife is going to be pointless.
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
Very much unclear. We have no information, which is why I present to you my alternative, as what happens in a lot of isekai scenarios. As I opened up with the premise of this being with my involvement in the story, I just had a save spot, because many isekais are like video game mechanic bullshit. I had a save spot, and I just returned to my save spot. Obviously, I still have the memories of what happened, so did my party, my presumed hero.
If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk.
Although
up to
the
that
hero's
cabin,
a bit of a
break
bitch.
her chains and let her do whatever she wants. It's all the same in the end. Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
At the very least, I agree with the narrator that our hero friend is a bit of a bitch. No, let's proceed to the cabin. I need to verify
warning
for myself what's
before you
going
go
on.
any further. She
Looks
will
the
lie,
same.
She will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I
might
questioned
as
it
well
last
just
time.
Pledge ourselves to her, and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Well, bro, shut the fuck up.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
Wait. Wait. The narrator, the broken, and now the hero. But that was also very much in line with the transition of how the story is being told. This should be the narrator.
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
Either that, or now we've arrived with a third party member that wasn't here before. We have the Broken, who was the old hero, and now a new hero. It's the only other thing that comes to my mind is a possibility.
You're being annoying.
Which actually seems like maybe that's what they're telling me it is
Just
now.
ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible.
So, my number one thing is, if I walk into this room and everything is exactly as I remember, I continue going forward assuming full on that my goal is to kill her. Now, to slay her, I'm sorry. To unalive this otherwise incredibly powerful princess. And I can make different decisions or the same decision. Now, the question is if this is exactly as it was before, I should know what she will assumably do if I charge at her with the knife. As such, I can make the same move and use that knowledge in my confrontation with her, or I can go in there without the knife, which is dumb because I know full well she is apparently physically capable of overpowering us in standard hand-to-hand combat, of which she might respond differently if I'm not wielding a weapon.
So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Yeah, see, we now have two people with us besides ourselves. A hero, a broken man, and then we have the voice in our head, which is not a physical being here.
I don't have a say here.
That's right, you don't. Stop being a bitch.
The interior of the cabin is larger
Things
and more
have
grandiose
massively
than its humble
changed.
exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
And a ladder, which is interesting.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
This is definitely a different set of circumstances. Now, we have this big ornate door. Presumably, this big ornate door might actually be a problem now if we open it, because it's not the same simple, easy door that we had the first time. Now I've got new things to consider.
Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Again, man up. No. We need a ladder to get up here. We know that there's a ladder, so we are still effectively the correct proportional size. That's... yeah, see, again, they didn't tell me about the mirror. I see a mirror. I see a ladder.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
No. Again, you're not even telling me about the ladder to the altar.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are.
So what you're telling me is look in the mirror and see your reflection. I'm good with that, voice of the broken.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future.
So, to recap, this is clearly different than what we got before. The narrator is now leaving information out. Even from what he's told us coming in here, things are different. So, let's check the options.
If there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
Well, I'm curious.
Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
No, I am an amazing, handsome individual. I want to look at myself.
Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are.
Fuck
I
you.
care less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us?
Exactly.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
Which is the exact question being asked. I'm approaching the mirror. Fuck you. I'm gonna take a look at this.
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Well then, no problem with me staring at the wall. Again, nothing about the princess chained in the basement, presumably that's what's going on here, is going to change in the couple of seconds it takes for me to look in a mirror and see what the hell's going on.
This really isn't funny. You
Clean
reach forward
the
and
wall.
rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I'm cleaning a wall. Have you never cleaned before, narrator?
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
If the mirror disappeared, fair play to you. I imagined it, and you know what? Fair play to you. We saw that the mirror isn't really there. The whole cabin is different than
Maybe
last
that's
time.
because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Alright. Again, I don't trust going in there barehanded. However, I will go in seeming less threatening. So, what I have right now is, do I go in more threatening, or do I go in less threatening? Let's try less threatening. I can come back up for the knife if really need be.
No blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed.
Something to try. Clearly we have a save spot.
Blade. No blade. It doesn't matter.
Bro, I am about to take the blade and at least reduce our party member by one cynic.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. Yo, we about to get giant Dami Mommy Princess? Cause... just saying, the world ending might have opportunities.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Again,
Her
I'm not
booming
going
voice
off of that.
rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time.
No, hold on. That is a voice of power. I'm just saying, you know, as a man of culture, when people mocked Markiplier and his stance of women and power and authority, I understood. Let's keep
You shouldn't
going.
have come down here unarmed.
Now, hold
We
on.
need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Yeah, we're gonna continue.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
I'm still seeing nothing.
Princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Look. Things have changed. Now, for a very different reason, I am going to pursue information. We're going to take that path
The
again.
chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
It's done good so
The
far.
little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
She's
It was.
disappointed in us?
Look, I came in with
Neil.
other plans. Hold up. No, wait. No. I am not one to kneel on command to anyone. The thirst is strong in this one. But it's not that
But
strong.
the words don't leave your mouth.
Ugh.
Instead, your
Okay,
legs
well,
buckle,
at
and
least
your
I didn't do
knees hit
so
the
of my own
floor.
volition.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. And the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
Now hold on. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new. That is not entirely on its own completely factual. You can definitely move in on what was the old, modify, change, and adapt to pave way for the new. You never have to, you don't have to scorch earth everything to reform.
It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it? It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it?
Well, you shut your mouth. Hold on. She killed us before with crushing force. I wasn't happy with it that time. Round 2, I might be more okay with it. We'll see where this goes.
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her?
As I said, there are many more
First
ways
things
to
first,
end a
You're
life.
going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done.
Now, I'm on board so
The
far.
stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. If you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
Nah, the other two are pointless anyways. Let's see where this goes. What would you have me do? What do you have? Okay, she does want to talk so far. Just because you're supposed to end the world doesn't mean you actually have to do it. You can be what... But at this point, what she wants to be is the end of the world. She's made that clear. I have questions for you before I decide to do anything. What happened to you after I died? Oh, well, again, the simp energy strong, but we're not leaning all in. That's not a thing. What happened after I
Know
died?
the limits of your privilege, little bird.
This bird isn't in a cage yet.
There's an empty place at my side for you to fill, if you'll have it. But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
No, fuck that. Let's see here. No, and no. I don't like any of these. Of these three, The only one that leads close to where I'd go at this point is the middle one, so that's what I'm going to take.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart.
What would you have me do?
All you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
If you're so powerful, why can't you break the chains
Don't be
yourself?
rude. Of course she can.
Then why won't she? Shut your mouth.
It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world. That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
Well, our place right now is as the only ones that stand between her and her successful ending of her task. If she's gonna end the world anyways, we're gonna die anyways. Go down swinging. Fuck you.
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do.
Then we have right here to the two guys that are in the room with me. Y'all can just, like, I don't know, go stand in the corner and fuck off, because clearly we have a card here. We have an avenue that we can stand and manipulate off of and see where it goes. We don't have to cave immediately.
The story of a terrible
We've
and
got a
bountiful
token.
God unbounded of her own will is no story at all. It's not worthy of everything I am or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was. The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity.
Okay.
The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world.
Well, let me just put it out there. I'm gonna lay it right on the table. I came down here, and that path existed. And then you forced me through magical, mystical, supernatural bullshit to kneel before you, and you severed that from the table. Things have changed.
And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn.
Look, you buckle my knees and force me into this position. I'm in full fuck you right now.
Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Ha! We'll see. Wait. Hold up, now, quick save here. Skip. There is no skip. No! Okay, let me put it to you. I have to continue forward because this is a Let's Play. This decision right here, being forced into this position, it pisses me off. Like, genuinely, I don't like that a game about choice has stripped choice from me. If this was a real scenario and I was put here, I will stand here in defiance and die of starvation. Like, I'm not caving in. Fuck you if you think you can make me do that. And honestly, the game putting me in this position, this moment right here, if I wasn't doing a playthrough of this, I would close the game, uninstall, and request a refund because this genuinely pisses me off. Do not think you can put me in a position of no choice. With that said, we're going to see where this goes and see if a choice opens up afterwards. I'm a cynical motherfucker, and I am mad about this.
Your will was so
Cynical isn't the right
easily
word.
broken. Am I that magnificent?
Cynical isn't the right word. I am a headstrong person, and you have put me in a position that my headstrongness will overcome on this, and I will... No.
All you need to do now is break my chains.
Break your fucking neck.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
Okay, you know what? Narrator, work with me here. Give me a back in here. Let me get back into the story.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me.
Yeah, that would be my spirit saying, fuck you.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
The person who I was before the first death?
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
She's an eldritch
You're a
abomination.
small one, aren't you?
And you're a voice inside my head. Why can't she hear you?
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
Bold statements coming from the being who is trying to control something she can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
That was a pretty weak scream, but okay, keep going.
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
Break her neck!
How are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
No, I don't believe.
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart.
Fuck you, I'm locking that door!
And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever. Please, don't do this.
No. Again! Neither! I'm giving non-choices! No!
There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was. Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back. Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave. Nothing.
What happens now?
And then, everything.
No! I have a save spot. I'm going back to that. Let this be the death. No. But you do not take her hand. Something has taken her away. And it's left something else in her place.
Where did she go? Should we try and there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her. The narrator is gone. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror. The narrator's gone. Fuck that guy. Well, I'm gonna just approach the mirror.
Don't do this. It's different now.
The mirror never scared you before.
Fine. I don't want to look at us.
You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. I don't want to look at us.
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Let me see my reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. Again, I don't care. Yeah, it's me. I don't care what I look. I'm a handsome motherfucker. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. I'ma fuck her up. You are at the cabin. Approach her. Where's that dagger? Give me that knife.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
This still looks like her. Oh, wait. Hold on. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Okay. But were you always... Hold on. No, that's... I don't want to go down that. Too much avenues down there. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what slayed the princess? Are you part of that entity that ended the things? Did you take my choice away?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
It's not that doesn't answer my question. I think she means a fragile vessel being me. I ain't fragile. Human spirit too strong, too resilient, too full of fuck you energy.
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
We're clearly not in the world. There's things beyond. Look, even if we take the biblical stance of shit, in the beginning there was nothing. Is that where we are? Are we in what is identified there within as the nothing? When you're talking about terms used by man and concepts understood by gods, the intended definition can be loose and not as effective as we wish it were. Okay, hold up. The gift of a fragile vessel.
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is dominance. A figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart.
Okay.
Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
No, I get that. If anything, I want to go back there and drive a knife through her chest again. Let her out of there. No! Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known.
Well, that's clearly a lie. Because you know how to communicate with me. You have concepts beyond simply me that clearly you have effectively taken within.
The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
And yet you can speak to me. And yet you have form. You know of you. You know that something about the princess. You clearly said yourself, you are you. You are a part of her. She is a part of you. There is that other being that is going to become the evil entity. Why can't you give me the straight answers? Because clearly that statement was a lie. If I ask, do we know each other, at this point she has already told me I'm everything she knows. Clearly not true. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
That's not true either. As literal definition, that's not true. Even in a non-literal definition, then we get into lights, as in a literal light in an empty city of what? No light. Sorry, sun still exists, moon exists, stars exist. Where light, what light, why light? Light as in a good emotion? Fuck you. I'm not getting good here. I'm getting empty, if anything. If anything, the sense I'm getting from you is you are the empty city. Fuck you, I'm the light. I'm the burning trash can getting ready to light everything on fire. Solitary lights, what do you mean? What do you think I am? I don't know. I know what I am, man, and I am here to fuck shit up. Welcome to humanity in a nutshell. Solitary lights, what do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
I'm a person.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person.
Well, again, let's take the biblical sense, just because we're getting into the territory of discussing the concepts of gods. In that avenue, mankind was made in the image of that which was supposed to be greater. There's enough there connecting the two. And right now, I am about ready to enter the realm of wrathful God territory.
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Well, that might be you. I'm an ocean that continues to be an ocean. You might look at me and say, wow, that is a tiny little puddle on the side of the road. And I'm like, fuck you, no, I'm an ocean. Can I even do that? Because that is the defiant stance I want to take here. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them.
If we're meant to reach them, then no matter what I do, we will reach them.
There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
So if it is my belief that gives you the power to do things, why can't I believe my save point theory from before and return to it?
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Oh, the only perspective I'm going to be bringing you is my own. Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you? I'm already in it. Like, there will be, and I will find. How much will I will forget nothing. Nothing will be lost for me. She can't take it from me. Clearly everything's about my belief system here. How many more pieces of you do I have to find? And what if I don't let you do this to me? Ooh, okay, that's... I don't know, I'm not there yet, though. I was sent to slay the princess, to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do? Hold on, I don't care what this one does anymore. I've got something else going on.
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to...
As I said earlier, that other, godly entity with the Dami-Mami energy is just like, yo, I'm going to destroy. You don't eradicate to nothing, at least not as man understands it. You can destroy, you can reduce, you can... It's I don't remember what law it is, but matter is it matter? Is not created nor destroyed, only changed or something like that? You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
You still have the single flicker. What does that single flicker at present tell you? I don't care if you're scared. I'm not going to forget. I'm confident in that. How many more pieces of... I don't care how many pieces there are of you. All these squares are going to make a circle anyways. And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Congratulations, you will remain here forever as you are now, unfinished, dry, hollow. You know, I'ma say it. You can be unfinished, dry, and hollow, but I am whole and I am soaking wet. Ugh, that was a terrible thing and I don't care. Oh! Look, I don't care to lash out at her. I want to go back and fuck with whatever was fucking with me before.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. At least I died. Here we go. Back to chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, I'm gonna slay her. I'm gonna fuck her up. Have you considered that maybe the only No. No, where is the Viva La... There we go. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. See, that's still evil. I'm not here for evil. At least not in my world. Weird thing is I started dancing around with that conceptually, but now we're here. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up.
I'm goal-oriented now.
You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Damn right he doesn't. He knows nothing. Continue silent. Approach the cabin. What's going on in here?
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm listening to this narrator. Grabbing that knife.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
No, at this point, choke her out. Enter the basement. Say nothing. Speak nothing.
The door to the basement
I am the
creaks
goal.
open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing
Again,
her
she
a
doesn't
favor.
live here. That's not what's happened so far. It's very
Her
obvious.
voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
In a sense,
Don't
she
let it
is.
fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. Good.
Continue.
You're still listening to reason.
No, I'm here. I at least need one avenue of vengeance. Right now I need blood. I need to fill it out for myself. At least let me
You
take
walk
the
down
avenue.
stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
This
Focus
point,
on
don't
the
care.
task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Even if the world from this point on sees me as the villain and ends me afterwards, yes. No, I'm here.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
With this method, it doesn't have to happen. Right now, I'm putting the all in on the effort,
I'm
though.
probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
I know what you can do, and already we are in full fuck you territory.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late.
So, Mr. Narrator, in Chapter 2 before, you questioned me for not doing everything you said. I'm not hesitating. Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh. This is it, isn't it?
Round 2! Stab again! A knife is not that dangerous in one... I mean, it's very dangerous in one thrust, but it is made infinitely more dangerous with every subsequent thrust. Again.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder...
Look, you are talking so calmly, so cleanly, with a knife in your chest. Something isn't right, and I don't regret it yet.
Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Not even slightly, but I feel better about it.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
No, it's not over. Yeah, of course not. That was too easy.
It's over. Don't get all... We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
Why check for
I
a pulse
really
when
don't
you could
think you should
stab
do
her
that.
again?
And why shouldn't we? Is there something... I've told you everything...
Oh, is there something you're not telling us?
Accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
You're right. She's dead.
Yes,
Let's leave.
Exactly.
No, trust the
It's
narrator.
over.
We didn't do that before.
With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Don't give a shit. I did my job.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad.
Well, you
But it
know
was
what?
for
If
the
this was
greater
round 1, I would.
One of these
This
days
is
that will
round
sink
2.
in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
I don't even know if it's saved from certain doom. I know that I cut off one avenue, and I feel good about that.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Cool. Cabin teleported to the far reaches of the galaxy, and here we are staring at the void emptiness of the end of the universe. Don't care!
What happened?
Don't care?
Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
You know what? I am. No, you know what? I'm good. You know what? Sometimes you don't get the better ending for saving the world. I'm good with this. You know what? I got my vengeance. She's dead in the basement. I've got a hero here who I'm going to have to hear like cry and bitch for a while, but I'm good.
So glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Look, again, wave 1, I'd be having some more problems. I know where this leads now on alternate avenues. Honestly, this is much better for me, and I'm good with that.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur.
Look,
You've
locked
never
alone
been
in a
happier.
cabin at the end of the universe, I will go mad. But I will go mad still at the root concept, knowing I avoided an avenue that led me to problems. At least on this one, everything I did was a choice.
Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Why not? Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Shut your mouth. Hell no. Do you have any idea how to get us the heck out of here? Of course we are. I like it here. Fuck you.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here.
Fuck you. I made the choice to be in here, and at this point, I'm stubbornly I am digging roots into the floor of this cabin.
Little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually, you pass into a blissful state of pure existence.
I
Those
become
words
the
like
everything.
eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift. You simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Honestly, I'm okay with that ending. Good ending. You did it. You saved everyone.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Nah, I got my good here. There is no going back now. Didn't you hear the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy. Okay, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to. No. Fuck you, I'm
Are we
happy.
really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
Look, you don't have to be happy. You can be a miserable sack of shit, Mr. Hero Man. I'm happy. Oh, I see Richard came back, and I never got the actual message here. 1 second, well. Alright, Richard, I apologize. I don't know when you got back. My tool on my phone here for staying up on the chat failed me. Welcome back. How are things going? I'm stubbornly fighting with the game at this point. I have reached the part in this game where it has wormed its way into my psyche, and I'm fighting back. Because I'm a stubborn asshole, and that's what I do. It just did now. Well, I'm glad I caught that on the window I have on my second screen rather than the closer option here. But to give you a quick summary, I failed to kill the princess, and the princess killed me. And then the princess became an eldritch abomination. A sort of somewhat deity, I think is the fair thing to claim. Broke reality, locked me in a void with what I can only describe as basically a baby god. The baby god was like, hey, you don't get a lot of options, go back to chapter 1, try again. Here I am in chapter 1, trying again. I have successfully slayed? I have successfully unalived the princess. And at this point, the game is trying to tell me I'm not happy, and I'm just like, nah, fuck you. I did my job. Let me be stubborn and grumpy rooted into the floorboards of this cabin for the rest of eternity. If I am an ageless husk, at least I am an ageless husk that chose to be here. That's my avenue. At this point, game over. I win. Fuck that lady. Just fed the dogs, about to let them out. Well, hopefully they can get out and get some running around and have some fun here. Princess Dark Lord algorithm. Richard, you have put me in a terrible position. You and I both know I am an avid not supporter, but believer that on this platform there is only the Dark Lord algorithm. And now I need to seek the avenue further. Because I can't let it end there.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
Don't say resurrect the princess.
Blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Kill ourselves? Well, you know, as a man who has danced with that mental devil more than once in an unfortunately recent degree of times, one could argue, based on the definition of what is and isn't recent. Obviously more recent than I would prefer, but that's basically where I'm going with that, because even once is already one too many. Let me just say, no! I'm better off. You know what? Let me go get that knife. And at the very least, I have plenty of wood in this cabin to practice my whittling skills. I shall go in and develop a hobby based on that which I have available to me. Because what I'm not going to do is the suicide.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
Well, you know what? If the hero wants me to unalive him, that I might do. The man's clearly miserable here. I'm not!
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
Look, I'm not gonna say that this place is wonderful, but I'm content. And at the end of my days, that's what I'm hoping for.
There's more for us to do. And the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be
How
dead?
astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we'd die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore?
We are
This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
I don't know with which philosopher the quote is derived from, but your question to me as the being here in the cabin is irrelevant. You ask, looking at things from another angle, are we really even alive anymore? To some, you might make a compelling argument. To me, I say, I think, therefore I am, and that's all I need to go off
I know
of.
this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work.
It might! You think I want it to work?
That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Exactly. Fuck you. Fuck you, hero. No! No, again! I'm happy here. Let me do unto this hero as he so wishes. And you know what? If he starts to rot and reek into this cabin, and I'm getting all kinds of funky post-death hero smell, I will just shove his rotting corpse into the empty void of nothingness on the other side of this cabin. Honestly, I could just go into the empty void of nothingness on the other side of this cabin. Again, the avenue I'm okay with. Twice now we have reached a point where I have two endings I would take that aren't even on the table. Let me sit there and do nothing before the whatever super demon goddess. Or here, let me sit here in my nothingness where clearly I don't need food, I don't need water, and I don't need a whiny bitch of a hero.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world?
It was! I was happy, Mr. Narrator.
Ingrate. Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
That's a hell of a good knife!
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
You know
The
what?
end.
Look,
Nice knowing you.
let me spell it out to you again. Not the avenue I'd take. Not the avenue I'd support. I reached the end void of all of existence in an empty cabin, knowing that I saved everyone now until the end of everything. And all I need to do to continue knowing that there is an everything out there happening that I saved, that I allowed to continue, is to continue having thoughts that I exist. As long as I know I exist, everything else exists too. That hero is no hero. That hero just ended everything. Whiny bitches are literally the worst kind of heroes. Hell yeah, Richard! I'm sure it's been done well at least once, but I've never seen it done well. Look, I feel like I'm making a compelling argument here. As a man who chose, I made choices. Those choices led me to an outcome that I was content with. In my existence, I knew everything continued. As long as I existed in that cabin, as long as I drew breath, and I have confirmed time passed. I went down there to check on the princess's body, and it decayed. Time, in fact, has passed. I don't need to know what the scale of that time is. I don't need to know if I was there weeks, days, years, millennia. It doesn't matter. I was there long enough to verify time exists. And as long as I drew breath in that empty void, I know that I saved every single thing that ever will have been from the point that I was teleported there. I saved everything. Let me retire into my own insanity and enjoy the fact that I saved everyone. That could have been my happiness. But we have this whiny bitch of a hero stuck in a room with us who's just like, but I want to die. I feel like I made a very compelling argument. But now, we have to go into chapter 2 again.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I know what got me to a happy ending once before. I'ma do it again.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
But I killed myself. What am I doing here? No, I know what I'm doing here. I have already confirmed that this point in the story is where in this fictional isekai RPG experience I dropped the final save point. This is the last save point before the credits roll. I was there. I was waiting on the credits roll. Do you know how long of a credit roll it's going to be for the completion of all of reality? I've got to sit there for how many names to go through? I was there. I was waiting. When I finish a game on this stream and we get those credit roll scenes, I let them roll. I give credit where credit is due on the creation of a game. I was there. We were sitting there. We were chilling out. And then this whiny bitch of a hero was just like, hey, let's go back to that save point again. I don't like this place. Oh, you bastard, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. Whose tricks? The narrator at no point in that last avenue inherently lied to me. All I did was spit in his face because I was stuck in a room with a bit of a bitch. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. Hasn't this happened already? I killed myself. What am I doing here? No, you know what? I know what got me the ending I wanted. Let's see how this hero handles it when things are different now. And now we have an even worse companion in our group if this chapter 2 continues the exact same as before. Let's get to that cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. She won't be a problem.
Ooh, wait. Hold on. We might go to the afterlife with someone who might actually sit there with me and understand. Finally, the two of us can be alone in a room together. Proceed to the cabin. Clearly this game has brought out something in
The
me.
interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge.
And again, he's not bringing up the mirror. But as we ran into once before, I know. Don't fuck with the mirror. I know what leads me to my happy ending. Anyways, yeah, this game has brought something out of me, and it is it is full of piss and vinegar, and I'm here for it. Because at the very least, as a deep dive into a narrative story and a psychological kind of a contemplation thing where I have to think about my decisions as I go, this has clearly made me think and feel something, which as a form of art means it has absolutely succeeded. So, to the people behind this game, fair play to you. Raise my drinking glass to you, and I'm taking a sip. Well done. But as the angry bull in this china shop, I'ma break shit.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I had my
Feels
happy
like no one's
ending.
been
I'm
here
doing it
for a
again.
long time.
Oh, Mr. Hero, do you suddenly not remember what happened? Because it's about to happen again.
Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Oh, the voice of the cold is the prior hero. Fair enough. Cool. So if we killed her once, we can do it again. Let's see what happens if we get 2 rounds back to back. We lost a round once, and then we were stripped of our very option in round 2. This time, round 1 we won, and I'm going to go in and body it for another round 2.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Anyways, Richard, if you're still in chat, I didn't ask, and I apologize. I was too wrapped up in my own spite of the narrative direction, which again is evidence that they are doing a good job storytelling. But I didn't ask, and I didn't seek further information. How was your trip to the store? And hopefully it was, you got what you went there to get without any hiccups. I don't care about the mirror. No, I'm not approaching the mirror. Enter the basement. We are continuing down the exact path that led to the good ending
The door
by
to the
my
basement
definition
groans
before.
open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick
I do
layer of
love
dust.
the
You
slight
can
subtle
feel it
differences
settling
to
your
all of
lungs
these
as you breathe in the
sceneries
stale
that we're
air.
getting as the story
The very
unfolds.
building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
What would be really interesting is if we come down here, because she was dead once before and in this reset things are different, if she's somehow like undead or like a lich queen or something like that.
The room below is silent.
She doesn't call up to us.
Nobody's here. Naturally. As
Cool.
much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure.
No, I agree. We're gonna go in. There is a deed to be
Guess
done.
we'll just have to go down and see.
If she's already dead, she's
As you
already
descend
dead.
the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay,
Wait,
she's definitely dead.
no. This is different. She's, by all technicality of, I think, what she was like when we reset, as it were. I think she was facing the other way. Her head was over here.
It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
Ooh, okay, ghost.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here?
You tell me, Mr. Narrator. I had reached my happy ending.
Ghost!
What kind of hero is afraid of a ghost?
Oh. Wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Careful with that. You don't wanna poke and prod at a spiritual bear before us.
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Fair play.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit.
The chain
gently
is
running
meaningless
her fingers
now.
across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Okay, we're getting somewhere.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin. So she has a body, and she's right there.
She's also got the One Piece
And
Luffy
we
scar.
could kill her again, if we wanted to.
Hold on. Wait. I know where I get my happy ending. I'm not letting her sit here and toy with me. We came in here once. No. Slay the princess. We're doing it.
Without a moment's hesitation, you lash out with your blade.
Look, she's a ghost. In reality, this shouldn't do anything. But this is how I got my happy ending before, and I'm taking it back from this game.
It's like you're slashing at air. No matter how many times you stab at her, no matter how many angles you strike from, all you manage to do is interrupt her form, the skin of your hand prickling with cold as it passes through, unable to find anything solid.
I return to my earlier statement. I saved the world. The hero undid all of it.
You're adorable when you're confused.
No. Like I said, I suspected this would happen, but it was worth a shot.
But I didn't say you could touch me.
You didn't say I couldn't.
Why are you even here? Just making sure you finish the job, or what?
Well, apparently everything was reset. Right. If I knew I'd have to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. No. That's not the issue here. Honestly, we are down an avenue multiple folds in. I died too. And I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? Stop playing the victim. You threatened me last time. Okay. Last time in the immediate 1-to-1, the last iteration of Chapter 1, she didn't. I don't think she really did. I think it was more just, no, she did. When I approached her, she made a threat at me, but that is a threat made after I approached threateningly. My problem is, unlike what the narrative said, in which, oh, you won't remember anything, I do. I told you I would. Fuck you, story, I told you I'd remember things. And on that, she did threaten me. And I remember. She doesn't need to. I don't care about that right now. Continuing on with the options. Of course I attacked you. You're supposed to end the world. That's why I killed you last time, too. You're dead. Or at least mostly dead. What can you even do to hurt me? Bad question. Do not ask that of a ghost. Ghosts are fucking wild. I've watched Ghostbusters. What do you want from me? Okay, team, I guess I'm out of ideas. Any thoughts? Slay the princess harder! God, I kind of want to do that one. Man, that is the caveman unga bunga energy I am about. Fine, if I can't hurt you, then there really isn't anything for me to do here. Guess I'll get going. No, there's things that can be done, but where was it? Yeah, stop playing. If I can bring up the original timeline, I will.
Well, yeah. You brought a knife with you. Was I supposed to just welcome you with open arms when you obviously had stabbing on the mind?
And the first time, when you told me to drop it, I did. And I approached to converse, to share words. And instead, you ripped choice from me. Never. I will be the good guy as long as you give me the choice to be the good guy. No, she's right. I had stabbing on the mind. But she is oblivious to the prior. And if she's oblivious to the prior, there's nothing more to say. Let's unga bunga.
You swing at the princess once more, and once more your blade.
Really?
I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. At this point, I'm making a
Her
statement.
voice chides from elsewhere in the room. You whirl around, finding her hovering between you and the basement stairs, looking you over with grim disappointment. She draws in close.
I told you it was the unga bunga energy that I radiate with, so I'm doing it.
I was willing to let bygones be bygones, killer. I was willing to ignore everything you did to me so we could get out of here together. All I ever wanted was to leave this place. All I ever wanted was to find a way back home.
And again, in the original timeline, I pursued the avenue of getting that information. You refused. And when you refused, you then killed me. You refused, you left me with very little choice. And then you killed me. And then when I came back, the avenue still existed. The choice was there. And on that one, you opened up with the, I wouldn't even say acts of aggression, with the impossibly controlling force. And you shattered any avenue down that. And then somehow, one way or another, I found the reset button. And I returned. And I had my happy ending. Now I came back. Because the reset button had to go off again.
Wherever home is.
See, you don't even know anymore.
Her eyes turn from wells of sorrow to pits of wrath as she stares into you.
Not gonna fault you for that. Look, right now we've both got reason to have blood on the mind.
But I guess violence is the only language you speak.
Well, okay. That's a frightful image.
She forces her hand into your chest, and then... Yes? Nothing happens. Are you sure about that? Something should have happened.
But it didn't.
And yet it didn't. We're fine.
Did you miss? There we are! Hell yeah! I'm not afraid of you.
Not yet. But let's see if you stay that way.
You can't be sure if you first hear or feel what happens next, but it is over before you can fully conceptualize what it is. A horrific splintering, the squelching of organs, the rending of tissue, an icy, numbing pain.
Don't care. I spat in the face of an undead god.
I'm done asking. The next time I see you, I'm taking everything I owed. Starting with your body. If you won't choose to give me my freedom, I'll just have to make you give it to me.
Look, if it was all about freedom from the very beginning, that's all you had to say, but you didn't. And then you shattered any path of peaceful recourse. At this point, it's on you, and you have butted heads with one hell of a wall.
She's real now. If she's making us dead, we should return the favor.
Slay the princess!
You swing your blade towards her briefly corporeal throat. It connects. A gash widens across her neck, glowing ectoplasm leaking from the wound. But it's too little, too late. In her hand, you realize she clutches your still beating heart. It thumps unsettlingly.
It's cool. She took my life, but I went down swinging.
We get her?
Don't care?
Even if we didn't, we've given her something to remember.
Damn right.
See you soon, killer.
I'm afraid you'll never know. As she crushes your precious organ in her hand, everything goes dark, and you die.
Ooh, alright, Chapter 3, The Wraith. I might have to go up there and deal with my dog in a moment. Give me a second if I have to step away.
Off to slay her again.
Okay, we're still here with this cold motherfucker, which I'm okay with. I'm chilling with this guy. That hero, not feeling that hero anymore. That hero can get kicked out of the party. I'm done with him.
The deck's stacked, isn't it? We kill her, we start again. She kills us as a goddamn ghost, we start again. I'm starting to think we're being run in circles just for the sake of it.
Cool.
Come on, let's not give in to all that misery just yet. There's got to be a way out of this. There's got to be a right answer.
That right answer is killer. Again. Round 2. Round 3. We're at round 3.
Aren't you listening to me? What if all of this was rigged from the start?
I won round 1 this time. You know, in our second confrontation. Round 2, as far as I'm concerned, I'm chalking that up to a draw. Round 3, I'm taking a win. Even if it's a draw, I'm best of 3.
That's ridiculous. There'd be no point in all this if it was just some kind of cosmic busy work. I think that's exactly what it is. The powers that be, seeing how many ways they can screw with us. Could be it's all some kind of sick joke to them.
I mean, welcome to the real world here, man. That's arguably a thing, and I'm okay with it.
Wouldn't that get, I don't know, boring? Not if they're creative with it.
There we go. We're already getting new visuals. They're getting creative.
Okay, so you've already been here. Twice, even. Great. Then let me poke a few holes in your depressing little theory. Nobody here is screwing with you, and I can't imagine any scenario where you would have started over after slaying the princess. Well, we didn't have to start over.
Exactly! If the hero wasn't a big-ass bitch, we'd still be in the cabin, comfortable in the fact that we saved everyone.
We killed ourselves.
No. You took the choice away from me.
And why, pray tell, did you do that? Because you decided to foist an infinite tedium on us.
I was okay with it. Again, my guy, you were the problem!
Sound like me? If I'd had everything my way, you would have effortlessly slain the princess, saved the world, and been given your happy ending. The ending was the tedium. You locked us in a cabin and sent that cabin to an endless void. And then you told us we were happy.
Look, I might not have been happy, but I was content.
Well, were you happy? Of course we weren't happy. That's why we killed ourselves. It was awful.
Again, man, you're speaking for yourself here.
It was boring.
That is fair. It was boring. I'll give you that one. Again, here I am with this voice of the cold in our party. I'm like, I get this guy.
It was bullshit. So you killed yourself? Yes. And then she killed us.
And I took some serious lashings at her throat, even as a ghost.
Even though she was already dead. This is all fake. Okay, let's try to get back on track. You're real. The princess is real. The world is real. The people in the world are real. And the danger she poses to all of them is also, quite unfortunately, real. Whatever you did the first time, it sounds like it almost worked. So how about you give it one last try? Because killing yourself seems to undo all the good you almost managed to accomplish.
I agree!
Stop you, so you can just lock us away forever again? No, I don't think so.
No, look, I'm okay with this. And now we have more people. And look, I don't know about you guys, but I play a mean game of patty cake.
Tell you what, I won't do that. I promise. Oh yeah, sure. That changes everything.
Honestly, clearly he has the means to do that anyways, so... I don't know. Maybe it
I mean,
does.
He did promise. And you believed him?
Well, he gave me an adequate ending once. Maybe he'll give me a better than adequate ending.
All this standing around and talking.
I love that this game is
Let's
supposed to be like a
please do
horror
something.
game, a psychological
Maybe we
thriller,
can
and I am
again.
just screaming
Maybe
at the
we
void, fuck you, you can't make me do what you want. To someone who is a part of a story that is making me do exactly what it wants.
Now, wouldn't that be something?
Ooh, free her.
It would. I guess we'll just have to see what happens.
No.
Thankfully, you all aren't the ones actually making the decisions, are you? You know what you have to do. You have to slay her. You have to save the world. Nothing matters more than this.
I
Don't
agree.
play by his rules. Everything is rigged. Everything is changing to whatever's convenient for him. Even the woods are changing.
And I'm getting new story. Let's see where this goes. He's already changed things.
That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading. The world has already started to end.
Well, you know what? It ended a lot faster before, so if anything, her influence is waning.
Her influence?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, her influence. She is apparently such an eldritch abomination. She is able to influence their narrator. What I know is there's one path that got me an adequate ending. And if I continue down that, I can continue to work towards that, at least trying to get back to something that is in spirit similar in outcome. If I get there, we're good. And I know she can influence him, the narrator, once things change a little bit. And things have now changed a lot a bit. At this point, the narrator is kind of just giving me information, and I'll take that information in, but I'm on a path.
I really should have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright?
Look, I'm still going in here. Are you the same narrator we met on the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before. We've killed her and been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're gonna fall through this loop forever, eventually we're gonna let her out. We might as well do it now. No, that's... taking that option is assuming failure already. Why assume failure? I'm great. I'm amazing. I'm gonna do this. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option. No, at this point, I'm here out of spite. There's something else we haven't tried. Turn around and leave. But that's the same thing as that option. Go to the cabin.
Continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. The more he talks, the more I'm interested in setting her free.
Cool. You have that thought and stay out here.
Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Are you trying to use reverse psychology on me or something? Have you just given up? No, I haven't given up. Go in. Enter the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange.
Narrator, where's my knife?
What's strange? Is it the mirror?
Where's my
The
knife?
mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? Great. Something else has been taken away from us.
You know, I'm starting to I'm starting to feel the avenue of the cheated, but I'm still interested. Let's see where
I
this
suppose
goes.
the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter.
I said
does
from
it?
the very beginning, there are means to end a life beyond a knife. And I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but I'm going to go with it. Let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of this hallway, and right now we can't see behind it. What's there? Ooh.
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement.
There we go.
The way to the basement. Don't you mean door?
Or an open doorway that we just walk down.
No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening.
See, I'll take that.
She's waiting for us right behind it. If I were running a bullshit factory, it's what I'd do.
Well, you aren't. Shut the fuck up.
Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you. Certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement. He can't see the mirror. The knife is gone, defying his expectations. Who the hell is calling the shots here?
We know that it's really her calling the shots. Now let's go in there and end her.
Calling the shots. That's how reality works.
Nope. Not here. Approach the
Slowly
mirror.
make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Don't care. I know I'm being watched. Hi, Richard. Wave to the camera again. There is no camera. Point is, I'm putting this out on the internet. I know I'm being watched. The sense of being watched no longer intimidates me.
We've always been watched. You're watching us right now.
Also true. I didn't
Sometimes
even
the
think of
feeling's
that.
just stronger than others.
What is up with this guy that's the voice of the cold is like the voice of reason?
I feel like you're trying to put us on edge. We don't need all this anticipation. We just need this to be over. You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe the
Here we
mirror
go.
clean. Be gone with
You
the
reach your
mirror.
arm forward into the pitch black of the opening. Nothing. It's like this place read our mind just to mess with us.
What you looking at, killer? Staring into the void? Thinking about what it'd be like to die again? I know exactly how you feel.
Well, I appreciate that you remember dying multiple times, but you know what that tells me? In this quote-unquote timeline, for whatever value that holds, you died once. And then we had that instance where supposedly I died and you as a ghost just ectoplasmed all over me, which, you know what? I get it, I'm a handsome motherfucker, you couldn't control yourself, and I'm sorry about, you losing yourself all over me like that, but what you just told me is you did die. Round 2 was a tie! Fuck you.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then she, the princess, constricts.
Alright, let's see where you're going with this. Ooh! Alright, so right now, we are 1 win, 1 draw, possibly 1
Icy
loss.
pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess.
She is a lich.
Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
Start kicking, man. She's already broke your leg. You've got 1 good one left. Shove it in her face.
But do you know how I feel? I gave you a path to forgiveness. I gave you a chance to make things right.
And I gave you the same and you spit in my face. I'm just returning the favor.
I thought maybe you'd seen what you've done and feel remorseful. Maybe try to make it up to me. But no, you'd rather use that knife to keep making the same mistake over and over and over.
So you took the knife away and thought that means I don't have the means. Lady, God gave me 2 clubby tools at the end of my wrists. I can use those.
Even after I ripped your heart out, you still cut me. And for what? I didn't go anywhere. You didn't banish me. I'm right back here with you. A little better, a little worse. worse.
You told me. You just told me. You died. You know what it's like to have died multiple times. You died once. You died again. Right now, I've only died once.
Well, maybe a lot worse. So, here's how this is going to go. I'm going to take your body, and I'm going to walk it out of here.
Nah.
And you get to watch me do it. Completely helpless. Just like you left me.
I say we let her do it. It's something different.
Look, I get where you're coming from. It is different. How about no?
Do we even have a choice? You always have a choice.
Wrong! You took choice away from me. Not cool.
Maybe before, but not now. There isn't a blade this time.
I don't need a blade. I've got one broken stub, and I've got 3 other body parts that are very capable of flailing wildly.
Exactly. What choice is there if there isn't a blade? Well, unless you have any specific ideas, I think my vote's the only one that counts.
Go down swinging. Where's the go down swinging? Look, we're even now. I killed you, and then you killed me. Water under the bridge. No, that's not how it works. I never wanted to hurt you. I don't even know how I got here. I'm a victim in all of this too, you know. I'm not playing the victim card. No, I made choices. When I made choices, a good thing happened, and then you took those choices away. Wouldn't possessing me against my will make you no better than me? You don't have to be evil. You don't have to do this. Do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you? That's fine, actually. Come here to... I actually came here to free you. Struggle. Do I word? I'm not doing that one. This one I would consider. But no, right now we're struggling. Kick.
You
Break
violently
those...
struggle against the princess, but all you manage to do is grind the fragments of your splintered ankle together. You can't shake free from her now.
Don't want to. Let me struggle by flailing the other foot into her smiling teeth.
It's so easy to make you squirm. But I won't be crueler than I have to be. I wouldn't want to cause any more damage. It'll be hard enough for me to walk out of here on that broken ankle.
Let's see you walk out on 2 broken ankles.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, manifest a rock right on top of her head?
Why bother? I still have means to fight. They just won't let me.
And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess.
They did. I said nothing of
Not
the
like
sort.
this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too.
I will say that is a creepy image they have me staring at.
And whose fault is it there isn't a weapon here? Yours, I assume. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Whatever you did in those previous lives of yours, you really messed up.
Look, again, why are we continuing down the same path?
Are you seriously trying to blame this on us? Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
This right here does pick at a serious part of my being. Not being in control of myself. Look, in this world, there is so much out of your control. You do with what you can as best as you can. The one thing you always have control of, though, is yourself. You control yourself, your mind, your actions, your thoughts, Even when they deviate, when your thoughts deviate into a weird avenue, you can sit there and say, no, think of something else. I don't want to think of that right now. No matter what goes on, you have control of yourself. Anything that rips that away from you is a terrifying nightmare reality for me. So this is pulling at a deep-rooted, I suppose, fear of mine. Fuck you.
So cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Push us all? How many of you are living in my head? I thought you were with me in the room. Oh, that hurt.
No. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. There's another option, you know.
We kill ourselves.
Don't help either of them. Flip the table.
Yes. You think?
That gap where the mirror was, I don't think it goes anywhere. Let's throw ourselves into the abyss.
I like this. No, I like this. Hold up.
Still slumped against the wall, trapped between the princess's overwhelming will and the blinding pain of your splintered ankle.
You think I already went for one avenue that was a draw? You think I'm above doing that again?
Your body reduced to a marionette, pulled reluctantly along by your strings.
Yes, into the abyss.
In a single moment of overwhelming willpower, you tear your body from the wall and hurl it towards the gate.
You're not stripping me of my body. Nah. You don't get a choice.
Capillaries
I
burst,
do.
And muscle fibers tear as you and the princess struggle over the reins of your body. One foot planted firmly on the edge where the floor ends, and the nothing begins. It's unquestionable that her reserves are greater than yours, but fortunately for you, the distance you have to cover is far shorter. Enough is enough. I'm tired of us always losing. It's just a step away.
We didn't lose once. So do you.
You throw everything you have against her and manage, for one brief moment, to overpower the princess's hold on your body. But that moment was all you needed.
And again,
Your foot
I
slips a few
made
inches,
the
and you
choice.
collapse forward, the darkness swallowing you whole.
Again, an outcome I'm okay with. Both us and the princess are dead. World saved. Ending secured. We know ending the princess saves the world. Boom. Good ending. Let the credits roll. Because you, literally, the one thing you did was force me to bend my knees to you. That's all you had to do to cross the line to an avenue that is beyond salvation for the situation that exists between you and I.
Her thought slips through you, unheeded, as you fall, and fall, and fall.
And again, we could fall forever, and I'm good.
What an end. But at least it's ours.
Exactly. Again, we flipped the table, told the game to get fucked, and made a
An
choice.
empire of frigid nothing. I don't think this qualifies as saving the world, but at least you didn't ruin it.
Well, I'm calling that a success. Another win for me. Chalk that up on the board. Two wins, one
What
draw.
happens now?
And again, I'm okay with it.
I want to know what he thinks happens now. Oh? And why is that?
Again, I see no problem with this. I have chosen the avenue that leads to my ending.
He's gone. But
Oh wait, are you ripping yourself out for me? Terminal velocity ceases, and you feel something. A mass. A growth. Torn out of you. You and the princess look at each other for a short moment.
What's happening?
Good question. It's the other god lady, baby god woman person, ma'am. But you don't answer. But you don't answer her before she's gone. And you feel a resistance underneath your feet once more. Memory returns.
she's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Because this is the end. Of course you're scared. This is the end for you. But it's not the end for me. Throw my hands into that mirror. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. And you always get scared. Boy, this hero's a bitch. Approach the mirror. Now, you know what? I'll tell him. I'll tell him he's a bitch.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
It is. And I'm okay with
It's
that.
going to do something to us. I can feel it. You don't need to comfort them.
No, you're right. I don't need to comfort them. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you.
Clearly, you guys all live in my head anyways. So, like, none of them. Look, as long as I live, you guys can exist in memory, even if not as the voices in my head, including you, Mr.
So-
Narrator.
This is all going to work out.
No idea, but we're gonna go with it anyways.
Whatever makes you happy.
Well, let me just say, this is the second time we have reached a happy ending as far as I'm concerned. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've grown. I don't know why I've grown. Frankly, I don't overly care why I've grown. The simple fact of the matter is, I did it. I got the good ending again. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the Whoa! Hold up. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed? What does it feel like to change like this? When this is all done, do you know what you want to do? You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right? When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before? You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Look, that's not true, but at the very least, this version of her was kinder to me than the somewhat demigod version of her. Had to help one of the friends I live with in Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Hey, man, not a problem. You know, I am not gonna say anything about you enjoying a game. They didn't make it clear what you had to do, so to actually complete the level. out of curiosity, what was it seemed they wanted you to do that was causing you to get hung up on? And then, again, what was it that made the that solved the issue? Because that, oddly enough, in a turnabout way and a loose definition of these circumstances, kind of feels like where I'm at with this game. Ooh, there's a thank you and a why. She hasn't been kinder to me yet. That's not a thing. What do you want me to bring you next time? Do you have any thoughts on this vessel? I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be. Honestly, this time things were far better than they have been in other versions. What do you feel about me, these vessels I've been bringing to you? I've hurt them. How many more vessels do I need to bring you? Let's go all the way back to the top. I want to know what about her in her thoughts has changed as the situation has unfolded, because she is clearly at this point this post-reality goddess of sort, is definitely not the same we met before.
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Right, that's like the saying that the flesh has changed, but the spirit is different. I disagree with that in the avenue of what I asked. But you do have a new body, so what does it feel like to change?
Eyes close in reflection.
Is it like this new perspective as you're describing it? Is this more so inward reflection? Are you changing outwardly as you are changing inwardly?
Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
You say that, but you're not complete yet, at least from the understanding I've been given. You're still not going to have an answer for this. I'm feeling that that's going to be what's going on. You know, at the end of this, once you're finished, again, I don't know if I'm going to kill her once everything is done. Now that we've made it down this avenue, this her is different than the her we just dealt with, which is also different from the her from the first timeline.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Oddly enough, there's something to that. Almost in a sort of adaptation of the timeline of man kind of thing. I can kind of get behind that a little bit. Neither of these are proper or befitting to what's going on. Now that we're 2 avenues in, at this point, what do you feel about me?
There is a hurt that dwells in them, but they are not me. They are thoughts and perspectives. They are feelings that inform my being.
Alright.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I cannot be as I was before. There are new spaces that I must fill.
Alright, I think I'm ready to go back. What I want to do here is, now that we know that this is a fresh reset, and I've had my path of spitting in her face, and if you can't tell right now, I am petting my dog, and I have had my adequate calm down moment. I'm gonna
I will
try.
your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
I'm gonna try going in, no weapon, talk with her, feel out the circumstance, and I might just let her out in one of these runs, because I feel like that's something that has to happen as well. Everything goes dark, and you die. Because there's a lot of curiosity to this now.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So if you don't mind, I am going to skip ahead a little bit in the
You're
dialogue here. There we go. Have you considered that? Don't care about that. Killing a princess seems kind of bad. We've already done that. Wait. Wait. I haven't done the turnaround and leave ending.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Don't need to know. Right now, the avenue is seeking new treads of life. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. Yeah, let's give that one a go.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
At the very least, we'll see what lies down this path.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Cool. Let's turn around and leave again. Again!
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Maybe you haven't considered the circumstances aren't exactly as you've laid out. Oh! That is a phrase I'm not going to say, because do not necessarily believe and agree with, but also the YouTube system do not like, and we know that we are with the Dark Lord Helgorhythm. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this. No, I am gonna keep my thoughts to myself, separate from the narrator, and continue
Your
down the path.
silence is deafening.
Good.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
And we're gonna wind up at the cabin again.
Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction again. In fact, I'm just gonna keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place. I like
There's
that
always a
answer.
choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Look, I made what I surmise as being good choices at least twice now. I'm 2 for 3. I have saved the universe at least twice by my summation. And it didn't help. Let's try something different.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes.
That cabin is
Glimpses
literally
of
stalking
familiar
me.
wooden structures through the leaves.
I'm being stalked by a full-blown cabin.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Interesting.
What's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Maybe I
You've
do.
doomed us all. You know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Nice little golf clap at the quicker ending.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Alright, get back to this one. Oh, you bastard! You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks. We kind of died. Everything died. Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin. Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay the princess. I get it. I'm going to proceed to the cabin. If I can't run away from the cabin, then I'm just... Ooh! Ooh, I like that! Defiance!
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Wait. But that still leads to an ending that we didn't get before. We didn't do this twice. This is chapter 2. Alright. Let's see what we're working here. Let's tell him about the
What are
walls.
you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience.
Again,
Might
kind of
be
liking this
difficult
guy.
to the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
Ignore the voice of the hero because he has been the voice of the baby bitch boy this whole time.
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Can do. Absolutely. Let's head to the cabin where we're definitely
You know
gonna
I
do
can
the
tell when
deed.
you're lying, right?
I know, it
Please
even
take
said
this
lying.
Seriously, I am begging you.
Look, I'm going to the cabin. That's at least step 1 of what you want.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
You know?
He's just being difficult
I'm
for the
feeling
sake
it.
of it.
Is he? Or are you? Are you being difficult for the sake of it?
Let's keep an open mind.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork.
Oh,
of
that's
cabin
wild.
layers, all projected
It's
across
layers on
almost the same
layers.
space. It's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
No, it's got enough. We got 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer. And I think this layer is connected to that. Look, you see, I think we're getting somewhere. I think there's only 3 layers at play here.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
You know,
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
but I don't want to do this right.
If he wants us to take it,
Maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
I'm not grabbing the knife, but I'm not going to throw it out either.
Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with.
Don't care. Not
I've already
taking
told
it.
you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
As many times as it
You
takes.
can't just say that. But when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Can we even lose ourselves?
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours, and quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Exactly, and honestly, this isn't the first time
What's
or
in
the
here is
weirdest.
obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Alright. He's gonna tell me there's no mirror, and I don't care about the mirror. I'm not gonna approach the mirror, and I'm not taking the blade. Let's just go to that basement. We're gonna do this.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases
Can I just
all
jump?
built from unidentifiable materials.
That was a weird statement. Can I just
The
jump?
closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get. Your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
They go away.
Air here has
Away
a
from where I am presently.
Sludge-like miasma to it. The kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
So what you're telling me is it smells like a high school boy's locker room.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Interesting.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
Yeah,
Don't
and not
be such
honestly,
a
not this
baby.
time.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
Well, I will
Well,
succeed
still,
eventually.
Plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Look, I'm not in this necessarily just to ruin the day of the narrator. I don't really have the reasoning for that. What I'm more interested now is, are there other personalities we could pull? Language is getting hard now. Out of the situations. From the princess, what are the changes we can make at this point? Take the harsh stairs to the left, the soft stairs to the right, or the center staircase. No deviation, no left, no right, dead center.
You step onto the center staircase.
Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere.
Again, it is taking me away from where I
Concentrate on
presently
you are.
am.
Careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
Exactly. Stick with the one we know and keep it going.
And so you take one careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways.
Or maybe, literally, straight down a hallway that we can't even comprehend in the moment.
But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Or at least it's the one I am dedicated to following. Here's the other thing. This also means that it is the most likely path that I can theoretically backtrack from and know with absolute that I am not turned around in decision making at least.
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
So again, we don't reach the princess? Again, I'm not against that outcome.
Consumption
We're
and
trying
betrayal.
things here.
Skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
What the hell was that? What happened to us?
Doesn't matter, we're here now! Cool story, hero bro.
So strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
Yeah, we took a very, very long path. We got lost in our thoughts, and our mental state did things to us that pulled us momentarily from reality, and now we're here. That's simple as
Well,
that.
that was the trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here.
To let her out.
And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to...
Whoa! Whoop! Accidentally skipped that. He's just being an ass. We remember, though, I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Trying to get our bearings. She seems normal. Yes, but the her that we spoke to on our way down that uniquely troublesome avenue was not normal. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here? We still don't know her name. I could ask.
Princess.
Fair.
You can call me Princess, if you'd like.
Also fair.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now
This is
another.
cool.
We can do that?
I didn't know, but I'm kind of digging it.
I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Why?
Again? Have you been here before?
More than once.
Should we tell him?
Nah, let him stew.
Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left
Until things happened.
Until?
You know, that's a good question.
It's
Until.
hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it?
You can't pin this on me. At this point, I have succeeded at least twice in doing exactly what I should and getting an outcome that is at least reasonable to the narrative story that you, Mr. Narrator, are telling me is going on. So, I don't want to hear your shit. At this point, I'm doing other things because all other options that make sense to me have been removed from the table. I had one loss. I'll take that loss right now. I had two, what to me strike me as an individual as resounding successes. At this point, those are gone. Wins don't matter right now. Now we're looking for completion.
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
I'm not killing her. We've gone down that avenue. We went down that avenue so firmly that we killed an undead being.
Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Twice. Let's see if we can make even more of her. Making more of her isn't exactly the goal. What's more like what I'm doing here is trying to see what the more of her are tied to. Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. She's a princess, she's not going to know what happened to me. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a good reason. Do you know why you're down here? Not a good thing. You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. Don't care about that one. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement and retrieve the blade. I don't need the blade. That's not the goal here. So, what if we try letting her out? Both of her. You know, two of her is not a problem. Look, we don't necessarily know the personalities, but there's some sort of split going on. And, you know, as a guy, I'm just going to put it out there, not inherently against the idea of twins.
I don't have any weapons, and I'm chained to a wall. Do I look like someone that could end the world? Do I look like a monster?
Look, right now there's two of you, and one of you is like existing in a reality that is at about a 45-degree angle from the other one. I don't know if that's monster-like, but it's certainly a unique trait. I'll give you that.
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
Okay, now we have triplets, and one of them is the evil one. I was cool with twins. I'm not sure I'm cool with triplets. I had to think about that one for a minute.
Able to put her back.
I don't think putting her back was the avenue I was worried about in the moment.
Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her.
Well, what if we say many things?
It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Or, sorry about that, or we're making things better in a way that none of us understand or comprehend because logical storytelling has been thrown out at this point, near as far as my tiny brain is able to comprehend. I said it earlier, my brain went unga bunga caveman, so at this point I'm doing things that are really weird to me. Let's see, you know what, maybe the contrarian voice was onto something. What are each voices going to say if I ask that one?
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful.
Fair.
What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person?
Would at least one of you be a good person?
You either trust me or you believe that I'm dangerous. What I say won't change how you already feel about me.
Many things are changing many things right now.
Besides,
You already know what I'm going to do.
You in the top left I don't like.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction. It's infuriating, isn't it?
Well, you know, we haven't tried Miss Blood and Destruction yet. Maybe that's a unique path.
Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under?
I'm not trying to get
Not
under
exactly
skin.
how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse.
And I'm gonna keep asking
Okay,
questions.
this was fun for a bit, but
We can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
Now realizing you're at 333? When did that... Wait, whoa, when 334? Where are more subs coming from? People, if you're in chat, let me know. Thumbs up, much appreciated. Yeah, when did that happen? The magic. That's the magic of the magic number. Man, we just need to double that number somewhere at some point. Oh, one of those subs is Ellie. Welcome to the stream, Ellie. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. With that said, I'm going to continue dancing down the avenue of multiple princesses and shattering reality and my brain because I am out of touch with reality at this point. Oh, it says 333 on my... Look, 333 had to happen at some point on this stream. But yeah, I don't know if it'll refresh for you, but that's what I got when I went to look. Anyways, as we were going down here...
What's going on anymore? We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
That's an uncomfortable thought. Alright, let's see here. I don't need to tell her. I'm sure she knows there's more of her. But I want to ask more questions and get more. I'm not getting the blade. I guess I'll say this.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
You are?
It must be fear creeping into your heart.
You know you can't stop me.
You're also the same as you were before, and oddly enough, I'm not sure how I feel about the voice. But I'm starting to feel differently, just on the voice alone.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
Out of touch with reality. I used to, whoa, wow. Man, I am out of touch with reality. I used to talk like my imagination was real when I was a kid. Clearly that's me, to an extent. Reality's overrated anyways. Now, what is real, maybe not so much, but, you know, reality as the construct of what we're discussing with here. At this point, overrated. I'm in a reality now where I'm staring down 4 princesses, and at least 3 of them sound like a good time, and the 4th one sounds like a terrible nightmare outcome, but you know what? We're here. What am I gonna do about it? Go back and get the knife? Not yet.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best.
I like this one. Let's save this one. I like her.
Huh. And here I was, expecting her to split again. Is that it? What do we do now?
Oh, I'm gonna keep asking questions, though. I expect another one up here somewhere. We need the 5 individual... We need to form our upside-down pseudo-princess pentagram.
You slay her.
Shush!
How would we even do that? Where would we start?
Which one, even?
We'd always start by retrieving the blade.
Nah.
Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs.
Well, the stairs got us here once. They could get us back.
Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it.
Maybe I don't want it. Maybe I don't want that blade. Ooh, okay, wait, hold on. This is a duality. This is a split answer. Oh, that's interesting. I want to do this because I want the pentagram of princesses. The princess pentagram. I need the princess pentagram. The PP. I need my PP lined up appropriately for me to be adequately satisfied. Anyways, let's see if we can get the princess pentagram.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? We're probably stuck.
There we go. We got the princess pentagram.
There's no way out, and barely a way in.
The way in existed, so, you know.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
I like this. What? Look, the other 4 can go away. Can we just let me just save this
You're
one?
not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
I don't need to be cut out for this. I just need to be adequate enough to succeed.
Oh, I thought they would send something better to deal with me. If the stairs manage to chew you up,
I will devour you.
Please? Alright. Now we have, again, the multi-ending. I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement and retrieve the blade. Three answers for 3 situations. I don't know if this is a bug and I'm actually selecting one, so I'm going to hover over the top one because that's the one I most want to partake in.
Wait, that's not right.
Shush.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride.
That sounds like the way I walk through life.
You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
Incomprehensible? My God, do you think I can't follow 5 storylines at once?
Strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
We still only have 5 storylines. My guy, it's not that complicated. Just follow 5 in subsequent, but then realize in the reality they happened in parallel.
But this... we can't...
Oh, we're getting nightmarish now.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating.
You know, that's how I felt earlier when you stripped all choice from me. When you had me forcibly subjugated to a sort of demigod of sorts, to an entity that stood before me, I was not having fun. I was not happy. And now we see the consequence of your story doing that. Everything is on fire, and I'm sitting back here just enjoying the warmth.
Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all...
Black hole ending.
Falls apart?
Oh God.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
You know, she has like 5 hearts now. She doesn't need all 5. It's like an earthworm.
What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit.
That's, you know what? Life can be a confusing, contemplative mess for many a person. Just know that right here, right now, no judgment. We can sit down and dissect the mentality of the individuals before us, and we might not be able to salvage anything, but we can appreciate you for who and what you are. I'm assuming those of you that are dead in this scenario, at least one of which is the evil one, so we know that Princess Death and Destruction isn't a part of the factor right now, which means everything else is work-withable.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
Again, oddly enough, a feeling I can mildly relate with.
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Fix us?
Is there really anything that needs to be fixed? You already are that which has been down many avenues. Now we're experiencing that in the singularity, much like what's going to happen with this deity that we're going to see next as well. Really, we're just skipping a step here in the interim.
We should help her. I think we did this.
Yes and no. It's already been discussed from the very beginning that the outcomes of the actions are in a way determined by a force that isn't just us, the voices in our head, me, the hero, and the third party that is constantly changing and shifting. The princess is involved in sort of a spiritual underlining. The narrator is involved in a sort of spiritual underlining. This other ethereal entity that is yet incomplete and yet still a being unto herself is also involved in the weaving of these situations and scenarios that we find ourselves in. So, can we help her? I'm not sure if we need to or if we should. Did we do this? We are only but a part of what did this.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences.
That... Despite what I just... Oh, sorry, I just kicked the microphone stand there. Despite what I just said, I don't think that statement in and of itself is inherently true either. Our actions, at any point, I as the player have the ultimate action to stop playing. Which means at the very least my action does have the consequence of the story continuing.
It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
I feel like I'm either putting the right level of thought into this game or I'm way overthinking it, and I'm not sure I'll ever have the right answer until I reach the ending anyways. Welcome to the stream, Rigid. How are things going for you? On the way home, and my phone is almost dead. I'll be back on chat when I get home. All right, man. Keep your phone off, or whatever state you need it to be in. Keep it available because you want to have that little bit of juice if you end up needing to make an emergency call. So, understood, man? Hopefully, we'll see you when you get home. Have a safe walk. And as Richard said, absolutely, hope you're doing well. But again, we'll catch up when you get back.
Please.
Alright, I don't think you're... look, I was dancing down this. I don't think she's necessarily supposed to be... I joked when I made my thumbnail with the rough concept of what this game was supposed to be in the I'm going to fix her. But in part, the question is, should someone who is not the individual feel that there is ever an instance about somebody else to be fixed by them? You can help. You can help navigate. Again, I can sit here with this person that is 5 beings all in one, and I can help them come to terms and be okay with the things that are the reality of the world we're in now. But is there a need to fix, in the truest sense of the term, for anyone? If anything, the closest thing to fixing we're doing is with this ethereal super being that is post every timeline. And if anything, we're not fixing her. We're helping her find herself? You'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone? Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Welcome to the rodeo, my guy. We've been here before, and you're always a whiny person about it. We've been here. You always get. I'm gonna have this answer every
It feels
time.
So bad.
like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
It is, and it's okay.
Don't look at it. I don't like...
Nope, don't worry. I'll see you on the other side. Cheers, buddy!
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. You're not messing with us, right?
At this point, I'm not sure I could mess with you if I wanted to. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. Oh, okay, we're getting a little goopy. You've withered. I mean, fair, I'm okay with that. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing.
Finally, we're approaching what I understand to be the being of man, the capital M.
Into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing. The rest of me is still the same.
We are getting closer to a completed being, which is interesting for this. You can't be a contradiction. No, that ain't real. How can you stand to be? Now that's a question. A situation that I think a lot of people need to ask themselves, because the unfortunate reality is part of why we get so defensive when people ask us questions of our understanding of the world that seem uncomfortable is because we run the risk of someone exposing contradictions within us and how we think we are capable of dealing with those contradictions. And the simple reality is everyone, to a degree, has and holds contradictions that you're going to have to navigate. But I'm curious what answer she'll give.
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
That is the most... Out of all of the weird bullshit answers we've gotten from her, that is the one that most speaks to me. There's something weirdly beautiful in that statement. It doesn't matter. Sorry, I'm drinking water and I have a little bit that went down the wrong hole. As the saying goes, wow. It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse? No. As we're diving deeper into this story, what we're getting is that question ends at the first question mark. Doesn't that change you? If you want to follow up, you can reword the question. Doesn't that make you?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
I did at one point, and the odd thing is we have danced down two very dark and disturbing avenues. And yet they have eased the resentment narratively. If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
Oh, that can't be right. I'm an asshole. We have yet to go there and just let her out. That's another avenue we haven't done yet. So, I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
I don't know how many... It's like 3 or 4 times we've heard that exact sound effect under the exact circumstances, and for some reason, that time it made me jump. Bring the stranger to her. A spiral
You're on
vessel.
a path in the woods. You're here.
Alright, we've been here before. On this one, we're just gonna continue on. We have no concerns of this. Just move forward. We're letting her out. We're
You make your way
here,
up the
dedicated.
short
We
path
know
to
what
the
we're
cabin.
doing.
You'll find the princess within.
I feel like this game is like my feedback to this
The
game
interior of the
as we
cabin is
play.
almost entirely bare. The air is a blade. Is your
We know where this is going. I feel like I'm letting weird avenues and parts of myself out in this that I didn't necessarily think was going to happen when all this started. And if there is a horror element to this, I think that's where I'm going to find it more so than my avenue starting out with this. Of just eldritch horror, abomination, body disfigurement. The things I expected going in. What's more terrifying is exploring my own thoughts in this. No blade, enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing her voice.
Hello? Is someone there?
Now she sounds terrified.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Buddy, shut up, you're an idiot. Get out of here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
This has been a dangerous game ever since I bought this thing. That's not a lie. Yeah, I'm here to save you. I'm dedicated to that path this time.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
It's sunk in early on. We are now in differing avenues.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I don't even know what forever means
Come
anymore,
downstairs.
lady.
I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Oh, alright, yeah, now we get to strut our stuff in. Knight in shining armor. Or weird
You
goopy
walk
claw
downstairs
fingers.
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Buddy, shut up. We have seen and experienced things you are incapable of understanding right now, I guess.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Unfortunately, no.
Don't
But
do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
But we had an avenue once before that told us that as long as we believe the chains are broken already, then they will be. I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
It has been difficult already.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
You're doing the right thing.
I'm just gonna hold my tongue on this one so far.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Can we pick the lock?
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Unfortunately not.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
We can go look. Nothing wrong with looking. You also told me that there wasn't a mirror when there was clearly a mirror on multiple occasions. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there, and if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. I get that. Right now we're...
You make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
It's a wooden door. I've broken more than one of those in my days.
Is someone else here?
Try the door
You
for
try the
now.
door, but it's locked from the outside.
We knew that. I don't want... We're just gonna return.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Yes, but also things are weirdly happening
Easier
here.
for whom?
Exactly.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
What if we
I
use...
heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Unfortunately.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
Honestly, I don't know why I can't force my way out of here anyways. Again, it's a wooden door. It's held in place by a couple of screws and hinges. It's rough, it hurts, but it can be broken down.
She barely hesitates before...
Holy sweet mother of God!
Her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you. The clack. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
No, she's desperate. Like, it's a fucked up thing
Or
she's
you
doing.
could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Look, right now I don't have a lot of good answers. I'm saving her.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the...
We know it's a
uneven
pristine
chain.
blade, so we know that it's clean. This is at least a better option than her tearing at her own flesh. My God, that was fucked up.
You cut into her flesh.
Yeah.
The blade is sharp, and it takes
Oh!
little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
Look, there's many a fictional character that this happens to, and, I mean, there's plenty of real people too, but usually in works of fiction, you can replace it with something pretty badass. I don't know the format of the fantasy world we're in, but, you know, have you considered a gun arm? Gun arms are pretty sweet. Big fan myself.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
She's clearly badass right now. That's the avenue we're on.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
Okay, can we at least do, like, the decent thing and tear a part of our shirt or something and get a tourniquet on that? That bleeding is going to be a problem.
How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Maybe she isn't. That's not on me right now. I'm not worried about that.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Let's approach the locked
You
door.
won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
Now we're getting into the meat of the villainy here. Now we're getting somewhere.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Yeah, again, you're taking choice from me. I don't like that. She did it once. She became, like, arch enemy for a little bit. You and me, bro, we were cool. We were chill. Don't fuck with me on this.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Warn her.
Stop that.
No.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
As long as I have a choice.
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
Look, you take choice from me, I'm gonna drive this blade into myself first. Again, you can't comprehend how terrifying it is for me to have the right to choose for myself taken away from me. I will plunge this blade right into me if given the choice.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
The blade.
Always resist.
Move
Fuck you.
the blade.
You want me to move the blade? I will
As
move
your
that
body
blade.
remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
At this point, getting the sweet release of my control back.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony.
But again, agony I chose.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, try again. Round 2, stab.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
Look, at this point it's for my sake.
For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Princess, come on, round 2.
sorry,
Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
Doesn't matter. We'll bleed out soon.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
See? You can't strip me of my choices, my guy.
I'm so sorry.
Weird that she was willing to chew her own arm off, and it was just a thing that was going to happen. But every iteration is its own adaptation of her and part of the end being that we're kind of assembling. So in this adaptation of her self-preservation didn't so much matter, but her being towards her emotional attachment to feeling sorry for the additional layer of pain is something here. Chew her own arm off. She's a coyote then? Did you not see that scene? Honestly, I think coyote's a very fitting term.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Oh, okay, look, I understand this is where it was going. I don't mind the dying part, but you ruined my chest. I'm working on that. It was the shapes are coming in. I'm building, and the foundation. I mean, look, when in the future, little advice when you're going for the stabs, if you don't know what you're doing, aim low. Go for the disembowelment, and frankly, I wasn't that close to the ab part anyways, so by all means, keep going on that.
It can't just end like this, right?
Why not?
Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
Tell me that again. That last sentence. No, not the last one. The one before. The two of you made your choice. Keep telling me that. I can go with that. I can fade out on that alone. Also, Richard, look at her! Look at her right now! That's clearly the face of a very, coyote-esque individual.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Very sad, resentful as to what's going on, but also covered in blood because she stabbed into us like a very uneducated, unskillful, dangerous animal of a person. Alright, we got another shot of this.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that, you're here to slay.
Alright, let's see here. Again, I don't like a lot of those. Let's go with the, okay, no. Wait. Oh, okay, I like that one. Oh, you bastard, you're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time.
No.
He doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's...
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
We're not doing the whole beloved thing. That's not the way the true me is going about this. You can go have your thoughts somewhere else.
Beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
Why be sneaky? Why not be upfront? Be bold, be brash.
Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
Buddy, get that voice out of my head. That one doesn't belong here.
Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Well, I don't need the peck on the cheek, but right now it's looking a little tempting.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Buddy, just proceed to the cabin. Let me just shove that voice into the corner and just have it just exist.
She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
No, you see, again, you had me in the first half, you lost me in the second. Again, get back in that corner and shut your mouth. His lies can't be trusted. She also lies. We know this. This is factual.
I think we've already been over this.
But right now we are down a different path.
Voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Okay, how... is there like a mute button? Can I just like... Every time I see voice of the smitten, just mute it. I'm home and ready to enjoy the weekend. Hell yeah, Rigid. Much appreciated on that. Glad to hear you got home safe. And, yeah, welcome back to the stream. I'm not even sure if I could summarize what you have missed up to this point in the game. There is a princess. We are to go and slay her. I have been down many avenues, some of which darker and convoluted than others. And I have exposed parts of my thinking process that I'm not sure I wanted to expose, but we're here, and at this point I'm too far in, so I'm seeing it through as deep as it goes. Last Avenue, I tried to not save the princess, and as Richard pointed out, she went full coyote. For the record, I highly suggest you never go full coyote. On either definition, don't chew your arm off to get out of a chain, and don't exploit the unfortunate circumstances of people on the southern border.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
On that, I can do. Proceed into the cabin. Anyways, Rigid, how was work, and what are you thinking of doing over the course of the weekend?
Clean and elegant.
its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner.
Honestly, this is one of the kind of...
is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
This is one of the kicking the mic stand again. Let me adjust that off to the side here. Honestly, this is one of the better looking insides of this cabin to date.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You know, I'm going to take the blade and I'm going to draw no direct content. I'm not going to make any direction towards it.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us again.
Honestly, out of all the avenues we've gone, that was one of the least, damaging?
There's no use arguing over motivations right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job.
Earlier today, me and my friend were watching a popular new animated pilot. You might have heard of it, something called The Amazing Digital Circus. Yes, I have loosely heard of it. I've obviously seen a lot of people doing various artworks of one of the characters in it. I don't know if she's supposed to be a puppet or like a marionette thing or a jester. I don't know anything about the show other than that character exists and the show title is a thing. Haven't heard of it, but I'll look into it where I can. Yeah, I know very little about it. And I don't know if it's something that's necessarily going to be a thing I want to look into or not. So, out of curiosity, Rigid, since you've seen it, what's your thoughts on it? Something worth looking into, or something that's kind of just riding high on a momentary fad? Also, you mentioning that you were watching something reminds me, is it now or is it over this weekend that the Five Nights at Freddy movie comes out? Let me take a look at this. I'm going to look this up here. Or I'm going to have my phone try to rewrite itself. There we go. Okay, it does release today. Oddly enough, this is kind of funny. I have heard from a lot of people that this movie is not going to be good, it's not going to be enjoyable, and it's not going to be something that the fans have any real interest in. Now, this is a movie about a franchise that is its own fictional thing that started in a video game, and a lot of movies to video games are usually not very good. But what I'm looking at here, that I just looked this up to get the release date, and I see some additional information that I find funny, is I see a Rotten Tomatoes score coming from the critics rating this poorly. But what I find hilarious, because this happens quite often, critics don't have a bead on what the people want to see when going to see movies, it seems, more often than not, as major titles go at the very least. Because I'm seeing an audience score of over 88%, 89 on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm seeing good things from people going to see it, which honestly is kind of intriguing, because this movie struck me as intriguing, if nothing else. There's a lot about it that I don't understand, and is something I want to seek into. I know loosely the general concept of Five Nights at Freddy's as the story unfolds, almost entirely because of Markiplier, the only person I watch play them at the games at this point. And the idea that you're getting a horror movie that is being so well reviewed by people going to see it, but is also a PG-13 movie. It's interesting, and I'm kind of curious on that, just dancing on the topic. The movie had an actual popular fan song from YouTube at the end credits, which is, again, when a movie is made and it embraces fan work, honestly, that's a good sign. One of the things I'll point to is, do you guys remember the Sonic movie that fans complained about, and they supposedly completely redid the scenes with Sonic, at least Sonic's part and portrayal in them? There's a lot of speculation as to what exactly went with that. But what they did in marketing, if nothing else, was appeal to fans, give the fans a say, give the fans what they want as a result of that, and in that, there were some, like, general nods to the fandom as a whole. That does fantastic things for stories that are built on fandoms. One of the things I loved in the second one, I know a lot of people didn't necessarily like the second one as much, but it felt, when I went to see it with my nephew and nieces, it felt like going to see almost a love letter and a setup to the concept of Sonic the Hedgehog that the fandom these days is built around, and that was kind of really cool. And it looks like, judging loosely off of what I'm checking out here, Five Nights at Freddy's kind of tried to have a grasp on that. I'd also say the Five Nights at Freddy movie might be good even if you're not a FNAF fan, although I am speaking as a fan of the franchise. Well, I'd say the same thing about the Sonic movie. If you went to see the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, and you aren't a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog, but maybe you have children that you just want to go entertain, and you want to sit there and not feel as the adult that you're being belittled just having to go see it, I think it kind of did that. And I kind of hope that's what the FNAF movie does, because I'm not a fan of the FNAF franchise, but I'm aware of it. I know some of the things about it. And so if I watched it, I don't want to feel like I'm missing out, but I also want to feel like my understanding of the franchise is rewarded in that sense. The Amazing Digital Circus is actually pretty good. It's basically like Sword Art Online, except the main character is trapped in an old point. Oh, in an old point-and-click adventure game. Okay, I see. I cut off the sentence early in my head. That is actually kind of interesting. An old, oh man, who were those? Like the King's Quest games and things like that? Vicky, who's right next to me, just said she thought it was good, and she knows next to nothing about the games, so there's my evidence to that. Again, when you're talking about things like that, as long as people can come out of it and say, yeah, it was alright. Like, at the worst, that is a fantastic sign to anybody that has a rudimentary concept or greater going into that movie. And I really, really want the movie to do well, because again, the Mario movie is a good example of exactly what we're talking about here. I want there to be a new wave. We had the era of comic book movies, and eventually that reached its end point because, honestly, people were getting too... they were messing with the formula too much, and they navigated away from what was working and kind of shot themselves in the foot, as it were. You can point to any number of examples that don't even have to enter the realm of the political topic to come to that conclusion. But honestly, the politicizing of that stuff is kind of what did it in for me. And the various avenues you can take down that, there are many, even within that singular complaint. But I want there to be the next wave, the next big thing. Give me a resurgence of that feeling, of that sensation, of that Hollywoodism, and give me good video game movies. Those will be a fun thing to dance down the avenue of. Anyways, guys, we are staring here at this door momentarily, a little bit longer. I will be right back. Won't be long, I promise. Alright, as I get everything set back up, in the couple of seconds it takes for me to get this stuff back the way it should be, there is one thing I want to say about that concept of video game movies that I have that is a jump away from what I think a lot of other people have. Alright, hold on. Move the mic stand. There we go. Alright. And that is one big title that I keep seeing a lot of people bring up. Sorry. There we go. Is The Legend of Zelda. I'll be honest. I genuinely never want to see a Legend of Zelda movie. I don't want to see a Legend of Zelda movie because in my opinion, it takes away from the original, it pulls and strips from what Zelda is and was in a way that is not something that other franchises get affected by in that same way. Obviously, if you do a Legend of Zelda movie, you no longer have Link be the silent protagonist. Link should always be a silent protagonist. I truly, genuinely think that at this point, to not do that is not in spirit of what what the character is and has done. A big part of the problem narratively with the Zelda CDI games. A big problem with the animated series that was done. But also, there is no sense of adventure in the same way that a video game can convey, that spiritually The Legend of Zelda as a franchise is built upon. The aforementioned pilot is free on YouTube, and it's on a channel called Glitch, the same YouTube channel behind Murder Drones. I'm sure you've at least heard of Murder Drones. I didn't care for Murder Drones nearly as much. Honestly, I haven't heard of Murder Drones. Let me look this up. Let me take a look here. Would you believe I actually don't know what this is? I feel like I've seen one of these characters, but I don't even want to say that definitively. It looks too much like a lot of other stuff I have seen, and I don't know to what avenue down that I would say is just things inspired by Murder Drones. To be fair, the series and the CDI games that had a lot of problems, even leaving out Link talking. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that they didn't. But there's a lot in the spirit, in the soul of what the franchise is to me, that actually gets damaged with what you would have to do in a movie. And as such, I genuinely don't want to see a Zelda movie. And the thing is I can't think of another video game franchise that would be as hurt in that avenue as Zelda. Metroid, you could do a beautifully fantastic, amazing Metroid movie. Here's my thing though. If you do that, you need to have it start as that original concept of Samus Aran. You have to have it be an origin story. You have to have Samus Aran as a child, that comic story that got released. From what I understand, the people behind the Metroid games at the time even were just like, yeah, that's the story we're gonna go with. We like that so much. That's our canon story. We're doing that one. That's the thing. In which it was Ridley as a space pirate. The reason Samus has that deep-seated scarring mentally of dealing with Ridley is the one that destroyed her planet. Her home planet, stripped her of her family, and the Chozos adopt her, and all of that stuff needs to be in the origin story of Metroid as you do that. And what you could probably do is have it be Metroid the Origin. And have it lead off, have it end with the start of Samus going out into the quote-unquote first Metroid game. Therefore, you have filled in your story, you have ended in the Metroid, and you have introduced the Metroid as your title log brings into play. Star Fox would be a great one that you could do an animated series on. I want there to be an F-Zero movie. There was an F-Zero OVA anime that is beautiful. Highly recommend. Please check it out. The big balls and big dick energy that they give Captain Falcon is everything I want him to have. And is exactly why Captain Falcon in the Smash Brothers game needs to be that flamboyant, big dick energy character to begin with, and I love it. The Witcher would be a fun one. There's so many games you can make and make effective movies out of. But we need to have that formula of understanding what the fans want. I love this era of independent YouTube animations because it really shakes things up. I think I mentioned this before. I know there's a game to be played and we haven't done this, but again, as I've said before to anybody coming and watching the video on demand later, the recording that'll be up, this is what we do. We hit a topic and we go hard on it, and then the gameplay starts up again momentarily when it finally dials down. I saw a You Say Run Goes With Everything video for the F-Zero OVA. Oh, it would. It would fit so well. Anyways, the thing about independent animations is, and I've said this before with so much fan projects or people who are just interested in a medium but don't want to go through the traditional means and methods. You get soul, you get heart. You might not get a polished end product that you'll get with other big budget avenues, but you get something that soul and spirit is as of what was intended to be, as uncorrupted as you can get. And that is where the art flair comes in. That is where you get the soul and the spirit, the elements of what is into animation or into any art form that really seeks to reach out and touch the soul of a human being. I love how Richie and I are talking about very different things and we're both pulling you between two subjects. It's quite funny. Look, I had an entire avenue in this game where I got pulled across 5 different topics, and I looked at the game getting lost in its own story and complaining about being confused, and I'm just like, bro, just do it. Just have 5 stories. There's nothing wrong with that. Ravioli. Alright. There's no use arguing over motives right now. It's good that you took the blade. You'll need it to do your job. Look, I'm not gonna mess with the mirror. The mirror is pointless. The mirror doesn't factor in until near the end. Now, here's my theory about where this game is gonna go, and I'm gonna be way wrong. This mirror, there's going to be a point in which I reach what I might interpret as being the true ending, if there even is such a thing in this game. I suspect there will be, and my theory is we're going to be trapped by the narrator, stripped of all reasonable avenues, except that mirror that the narrator refuses to acknowledge. That mirror is what takes me to that being in every adaptation. That mirror is going to be how I get there one last time. That's my theory, and we'll see where it goes. Right now, I'm entering that basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
I kind of like this one. I don't think we've gotten a background like this that was animated to this. It's not much, it's a flicker of a light, but I don't think we've gotten one that was quite like this yet.
But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
No, and honestly, did the narrator's voice change? Hold on. I think the narrator's voice is different than I'm remembering. Has it changed before? I'm only just realizing this. Anyways, honestly, I think a stone building, there's something weirdly therapeutic about it. Obviously, you wouldn't want to be trapped in one for a long time, but I don't think like just having a stone basement and going into something like this wouldn't be interesting and enjoyable.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
That also sounds different.
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Buddy, again, shut up. Get in the corner.
Till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Exactly.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
So are you. You're part of the manipulation. All of this is manipulating me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She looks
There's a heavy
oddly
chain around her wrist,
less
binding her to the far
detailed.
wall.
Is it just me, or does she look like weirdly less detailed than other entries?
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust...
No,
she
get in
can't
the corner.
hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my word.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
Again, every time that guy speaks, I'm just shoving him in the corner. Get in there.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
I don't... You... Yes.
Did you hear that?
And she called us a hero.
Now we're getting somewhere. Finally, we're reaching out to me.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
The basement. Yeah, leave it to me to be playing this game. We're gonna get to this point of the conversation that we have, and I'm gonna be like, yo, but this basement pretty dope though. That's weirdly sounds like the dumb alien brain thought that I'd have.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
I know, we said that. Stop not believing me. I'm not lying to you. I'm apparently being far more emotionally open than I ever intended to be, so, buddy, rock with it.
That's right, villain. And you, well, she killed us.
No, I don't. That last timeline, I don't think that's true. It's more like last time, as the story is unfolding, as I'm understanding a little bit of what's going on, it's more like reality fought back. Reality is what killed us. We fractured it, and it lashed back violently.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain.
And you've died.
No, wait, hold on.
So
No.
the entire world has been damned.
No,
to
I'm
oblivion.
thinking of the time
I really hoped
before.
I'd be the first, but
That's right. The last time, the narrator's the one that fucked with us.
What matters
She killed us, but yeah, it is the
chance
narrator.
that you
Okay,
won't
I'm
this
back on
time.
board. I completely blocked out that last avenue where she was a rabid coyote, as Richard put it.
we damned a whole world. But everything reset.
No, look. Under each and every avenue except for one. Every avenue except for one. We have arguably damned entire timelines and worlds. Because in the one that I was okay with, if we ended it there, everyone exists. Everyone who was going to exist will have existed. And all we had to do was sit in a cabin and slowly lose our sanity. It was arguably the most heroic ending of the selfless act hero. At this point, though, we have delved too far into other avenues that don't give us those outcomes, that right now our goal is to light everything on fire while taking the ashes that remain and using them in a weird sense to nurture the original seed that was planted from the first fuckery.
Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Or, again, we're helping a little baby goddess, becoming the big strong woman goddess.
Horrible for you, maybe. But we've been given another opportunity.
Nope, shut up.
Hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Nothing about what she has done outside of, like, one adaptation of the story has been a direct result of her ending the universe. So right now we have one avenue in which she, yes, ended the universe, worst timeline, the one that actually genuinely pissed me off. But all other adaptations have been additional layers of problems, ending the universe more so because of our involvement with her that is predetermined even when we tried to prevent it, because simply by us knowing she exists, that first line every time we reincarnate, reset the game as it were, we become aware of her, and that is involvement enough to start the avenue.
We never saw a world end, and now
Yeah,
You
just shut
listening
up, I
to
don't
him?
believe you.
He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Alright. We know why she did that, and I'm not even faulting her. If anything, the circumstances that were played out as they were last time, my only criticism is that she could have gone for a vital spot a little bit earlier. We're not going to open with that one. That's something we can come to in a little bit. She didn't end the world. It's not so clearly defined as her ending the world. And we didn't even... Yeah, we did. But then, again, the reality caved in on itself. I can ignore all and just rescue. Let's try to just rescue her.
What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a world-ending monstrosity? And even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that. Don't you see how dainty her hands are? You'll be able to slip her out with ease.
Finally! A good thing that he said! And I didn't skip it.
No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Maybe you can shut your mouth and we can try.
Her hand could just slip out of the chains. Why hasn't she done it already?
She's waiting for her hero. Again, we had a different timeline in which she said she could. But that's not the story she wants to be told.
Because we've yet to present her.
Okay, yeah, shut up.
I'm not sure I follow. Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe I think I'd rather believe in facts.
There we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists.
Not so much. We've danced down many avenues that I think I have dissected heavily.
One of us has to be. Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her binding.
Cool, can we stop rolling the R? I actually have like a whole thing about my throat. I can't do that.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
You did that once already, and it didn't work.
Yes.
Oh! Oh shit! Now we're being told that he... Absolutely, this wasn't even like a ledge of circumstantial avenue. He will just do it. Big villain, big red flags.
On my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Interesting.
You wouldn't.
Oh, don't fucking try me.
I would.
Not even for the reasons that this guy would. I've got two voices in my head that be like, yo, fucking play it, man.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
And the world ends regardless. We've seen this avenue play out so many times.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
And then so be it.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I believe in things that... Honestly, I believe in love too, but not to the... You're taking it to a weird place, but so far, you know what? I'll let him cook.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Did we just... It's not over yet. There's no way.
Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved. Is that a threat?
Ooh.
You know what we'll do if you try it. You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
Well, my understanding of fairy tale endings are, we leave, we go back to the kingdom. Odds are at that point, your father and or mother is no longer in the picture because storyboarding happens and they usually die by this point in the story. You'll become queen. I will take my position as your husband. We will live happily, ever after. We leave, and then we have our whole life. There we go. You know what? I'm good at just that.
That sounds perfect.
As the princess takes your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world.
No way are we actually getting a good ending.
We have each other. We don't need the
Shut up.
to think that you do, actually.
Well, if we're gonna take the love story avenue, hear me out. If we leave and the world ends, obviously the world ending is something that was meant to happen, as it has happened in interim again and again, up until now, every time. But on this one, it ends on our terms entirely.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made, and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
And oddly enough, it does mean, again, in this timeline, this storyboard, we literally, you can't have a better love story ending than we literally spent the last of our days together. If you remember in Futurama, the time that it came back, the original time that it came back, and they finished, quote unquote, their story at that end point, literally Fry and Leela enjoying the ends of the world essentially together. I mean, until the last couple of seconds, but that's kind of what we could, in theory, have here. And I don't think there is a better love story ending, even one as melancholy as that.
I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
Well, I was willing to mope in a cabin at the end of the universe. You wouldn't let me have that. Now here we are, middle fingers to the narrator. Much love.
You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
That was the perfect way to end that run of Futurama. They even knew the show might come back, so they set it up as a possibility. Exactly. But even in its own arc of its story, like you said, that is the perfect way for them to have segmented that part of its running out.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs?
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters from this point on. We've got our lives ahead of us. As much of it as we get to experience.
Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move.
Yeah, we've been here
Did
before.
I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Disagree. Give us the strength of love! Give us dumb anime logic! Let our guy take control and just let us, swell our muscles and bust through the door!
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
No. Let him cook. Maybe he's going somewhere.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you will ever know.
Let it simmer. We're on a low simmer right now. Let's see where he takes it. Also, my favorite joke in the whole show is probably, because when we're together, baby, time will stand still. Time skip. Fry clearly got slapped in the face. Either that one or kill all humans, Bender wake up. Oh, I remember that one. That one's in season 1, isn't it? Where Fry is sleeping in Bender's quote-unquote apartment. That's probably one of my favorite episodes. Where it ends, or is it ending, or somewhere in the middle? Anyways, where Fry realizes that he's going to sleep in the closet room of Bender's apartment, which is just literally a beautiful bachelor pad-sized location that ain't no way he should be able to afford on the salary he's getting from Planet Express, but it's a funny gag. That had to be the midway point, because I think that's also the same episode. No, I'm thinking again of another episode possibly where Fry makes a lot of money and basically recreates the 90s era culture in that apartment room, which again, something was one of my favorite episodes as well. God, Futurama was such a clever show.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Hold on, narrator. I said I'm gonna let this man simmer. He's on a slow simmer right now. Let's see if he boils.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Do you think you can open it? Give me a second, I'll be right back. I'm hearing my dog upstairs. I apologize about that. The issue was dog related. It just wasn't nearly as bad of an issue as I thought it was, so things are okay. My dumb squirrel brain saw that basement, went to Rapunzel, replaced her with a buff man named Rupert, and pictured a man at the bottom shouting, "Rupert, Rupert, let down your dick!" That's rigid. That's actually a fucking beautiful parody gag, and I love it. Rupert, Rupert, let down your schlong. Brazzers be like, write that down. Write that down. That is like on its own, that's a little simple, but man, you could expand on that in a hilarious parody sense. That's where good ideas start from, Rigid, right there. Good ideas build on good ideas, and then you end up with something hilariously great. Anyways, where we were, trying to get out of here. Do you think we can open it? No, we're in the love path. Love is two people working together.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. Blech. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
That's right. Dumb anime logic. We're here for
I
it.
Told you our love was insurmountable.
Shut up. The way you say it makes it not as
Make
fun.
your way upstairs. Her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything.
No, that's
If I'm about to
fair.
see
You
the
know
end of
what?
the
Pour
world, I'd
yourself
rather
up
not
something
see it
good.
sober.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
There we go! Good ending! Good ending unlocked! Let's see where it goes from here, though, because far be it for me to believe the game isn't going to bite me in the ass.
A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go?
We knew it was going to happen. This is the ending that everything goes to. The ending of the world, the reality crumbling in, has nothing to do with any action she herself takes. It is just that it happens because of her, in a sense.
Where did he go? Oh, was he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy.
Yeah, again, shut up.
Oh, is being happy supposed to be so cold?
Unfortunately not, but that's where this is gonna go.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Our feathers? We don't have... No. We don't have feathers. Shut your mouth. We are like this lizard entity creature thing. Well, I guess maybe we do have feathers, but we should have a jacket. No reasonable man goes out on an adventure without a jacket or cloak. I stand by that. I knew this is where it was going, but at this point, we're building on it. But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
I have a good idea where she went.
Is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. I almost feel like just because, like, again, like the hero, I want to go with this one. But the other guy, I'm going to be like, yo, I get it. You guys are going to die, but fuck you. I'm out of here. I'm going to do that one.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
I get it. I'm sorry. You're look, I'll pat you on the back. Let me little pat on the back of the head.
End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Gladly. Approach the mirror. She got swallowed by a classic Yu-Gi-Oh card. She kinda. Yeah? You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Look at me. Look at the handsome lizard arm. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. Honestly, you've unraveled. Honestly, you know, we've looked way worse. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Get me to that cabin. I'm curious what this version of her will look like. Approach her at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
No idea, but honestly, not knowing is part of the experience. There's trees and stars and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people. Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real? Again, we're all that we know. Our reality is all that, we need in order to experience, in order to justify our having existed. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken? Oh, this is interesting. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one? If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. These are interesting ones, actually. Yeah, Manju of the 10,000. I knew the card you were referencing. In my head, I could imagine the card art, but I didn't think of the name. Was the Yu-Gi-Oh cards that reminded me of. Couldn't think of it for a second. Anyways, going down here, I don't think she knows. I don't think it's been given to me that she necessarily knows what's on the other side. I'm going to go with the one that says that there's at least supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
And in their fragility, in their prolonged existence, and their struggle to be in the eternity as each layer fades away, I think there is something meaningful in what we as a species pursue. We don't need to last for our time here in the moment to be beautiful all the same. This what? What she's saying? Or what I said? Went to Twitter just now to tweet out the link. I usually don't think to do that during the streams. Yeah, we've been streaming a good bit of time here, actually. As soon as I got there, your tweet for this was on the top of the page, so I just retweeted it instead. Well, thank you very much for that, Richard. Anyways, I feel like I'm constantly deep diving into what's said, especially in these moments, and conflict in the timelines before. I don't need to, again, I'm not going to go down this one. This one's stupid. I'm writing that one off entirely. The question is not meaningful to me. I am curious her thoughts on this vessel.
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Molding her to love me was never really the intended path. This one was more so just taking the opportunity of giving her freedom at whatever cost it took, which is not an avenue we had walked yet.
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
That I believe. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
No. The point of awakening is to find out.
Again, you know what? That's fair. Alright, then we're going to ask her about the narrator, because bringing this individual to her is something I think we've done once before, but not as direct as this.
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I mean, technically speaking, yes. But more so in the literal sense. He is a man who existed to give this narrator voice that is beyond the confines of the game. Oh, he does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. I don't like this narrator, but I don't think that's the answer I'm going to go with. And I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. She doesn't need to... I'm not going to force her to keep anything to herself right now. This version of her is not any avenue in its totality at this point that I've had any issue with before. Speaking of Twitter, maybe that reset I had to go through over there is for the best. I'm still trying to process it. I completely forgot about that. Not forgot about it in entire. Forgot to bring it up in this stream. I'm not going to ask if you know what caused it or what the reasoning was. I'm just going to say that was fucking dumb. my understanding, what I've seen, what I've gathered about, made it seem kind of fucking stupid. But at the same point, it sucks to point out, you're not the first, and I doubt you will be the last to be, again, from my side-eyed understanding and interpretation of at least the circumstances I'm aware of, was largely unjust and fucking bullshit. But again, I don't know what happened on their end, what they thought they were doing. I don't. So that's all I can say, is it seemed kind of fucking stupid. From Twitter, I mean. Anyways, I was trying to wrap my head around this question. I think the top one is the best one I can go off of. This one is the follow-up decent answer. This one doesn't say anything definitive. This one does, but it also implies that I'm seeking to find him, the narrator.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
That's an interesting statement to make. This is interesting. If this is the last stage before your completion... No, at this point, I'm interested in what her completion looks like. So let's go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Interesting.
I will be here, waiting for you.
Can it, like, not be here? Can you wait for me in the basement of that cabin? Back to chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Was that the same chapter name that every other subsequent chapter 1 had?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
At least Manju of the 10,000 Hands isn't a pervert, or this visual world would be very different. Yeah! I think my first ending actually had the deity have a bunch of hands grabbing various parts of her. I'd have to go back and double check. It wasn't perverse in its depiction, but it very quickly could have been adapted to be that. Alright, again, silently continue to the cabin. If supposedly this is the last one, this is the one to go with.
You make your
Feels
way up
the most
the short
fitting.
path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
This is where he warns me about the... Oh! He didn't give me the warning this time about her lying.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture
no
of note
mirror.
is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement.
This feels like the answer-getting path, so I'm gonna go in no knife.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, Slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
This actually feels the most like our first arrival.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
That doesn't.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to...
Don't let it fool
Shush.
you.
We've heard
It's
that before.
all part of the...
No words. Continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you
An
mostly
oppressive
walk
place
down the
like
stairs
Twitter?
and lock eyes
Exactly
with the
like Twitter.
princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful.
Shush.
I'm begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'm gonna try.
You're only making this more difficult.
Shush, narrator.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away...
We've heard this before. And if there isn't a key, do you have
Maybe
any
there's
ideas?
some way to break the chains?
There we go.
Or
Okay,
if that
at least
doesn't
that's...
work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
No!
She offers the suggestion with almost...
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way...
Is someone
Okay,
else
we've
here?
experienced this before.
Your shout. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to... You try the door.
Okay, we've
You
been
make your
here.
way
She's
to
gonna
the
chew
bottom of the
herself out
stairs.
again.
This was easier for her, easier for everyone. Look
We've,
at the mess.
yeah,
I
we've
heard
been
the
down
doors then.
this.
There's a slight panic rising.
We
in the
haven't
princess's
repeated
voice.
anything
If we
yet.
could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates.
Yeah, we've been down this.
Or you won't
I'm gonna save her again.
cut the blade.
We're
is
gonna go
permanently-
through this
No.
one real
She
fast,
help
and
you?
I'm gonna try something different next.
No. Watch.
Nope. Oh, I can't warn her now.
Okay, there's no go.
You bring the blade, but she's fast.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
Nope, at least we're getting something different
Same
here.
Animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
Okay, so in this one, the princess is like part werewolf or something. She was rabid before with the other play, but this is a little bit more. They canceled the princess. That princess was eager to give you a helping hand. This is... So during that part, it was an avenue we have already experienced up to this point. This is where it's separated out.
You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
Again, this was not... I'm curious how this will create a change in the second part of
If
the
we're
chapter.
lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
But I will never
It
know.
can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently,
I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark.
And you die. And then we come... The Witch! We have not experienced
You're
a
on a
chapter
path
with the
in
Witch.
woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here.
Got it. No, I'm not worried about that one. Again, proceed to the cabin. We're in this. This is the focused path.
Before you go any further, she will lie. Don't worry.
And again, we missed that line last time. I feel like that was important. The princess is hungry for man meat.
Twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No, again. I guess I'll take it.
You take the blade from the shelf. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea.
And enter the basement. This is interesting. This one feels
the door to the basement
weird.
Creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
There can't be too many more avenues we haven't explored to work towards what should be the it feels like we were on a path for an end one there.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be her voice.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I'm not nasty. I am not nasty.
You are. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
But is there an avenue in which I can convince you that it wasn't something I wanted to do?
Else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Doubtful?
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world.
I'm not worried about that at this point. You've played your hand at this point, narrator.
I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Yeah,
do you want
fair
to
enough.
Hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss.
No, I'm pretty sure at this point I'm arguably the boss.
The basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
Are we getting furry princess?
And there you are. One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp blade, no doubt.
Concede. Throw the knife at the ground.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other.
Quite well, actually.
No. You've already been here, haven't you?
More than once.
Pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning.
No, there's something more to it than that.
Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this.
We will.
My
It's gonna
world is on the
happen.
line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
No, but I have reached the point where I have a side that I'm willing to have be more
Don't
happy.
talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Difficult for you.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Hold on. Which timeline are we on? Wait. Okay, so, ignoring what I said last, and the circumstances of the dialogue at play, I most want to say the blade isn't for her. It's not. My intention is not to use the blade on her. I want to get her out of here.
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
I know you don't. You're gonna break right
The
out.
princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little...
This is a good
woman
thing.
after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
You know what? I am weirdly in agreement.
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
She didn't find a way out until we got here. I'm sorry about last time. I know things got messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work here. We should team up. If you could have gotten out this whole time, what did you even need me for? The cabin isn't locked. I asked that question very early on. Can I just leave with her?
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
Look, non-threatening here. No
She never
need here.
breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face.
No, that's fair.
She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Honestly, not a bad statement, but now I'm cautious.
You can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here.
No, we've already kind of botched the intended run of this timeline, so I have no problem turning my back on her right now. Again, as the situations have unfolded, that means a reset, which isn't the end of the world for us.
She can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. We're armed and she's not. What's she gonna do? Bite us when we're not looking?
Yes, she very well could. Also, she has claws, much as we do.
You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Alright, Rigid. She's hotter being semi-furry. I don't know what that says about me. It says that you are a man who grew up on the 90s and early 2000s cartoons, and you can blame many early 90s era animators for your taste in women. You know what I see when I look at her right now? Do me a favor, if you're not familiar with older anime, look up, what was it called? Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo. look that character up and look at some of the instances of her in the show. She quite often has mild cat-like energy. And I'll be honest, this princess right now is kind of feeding that. Another one to look up is, again, give me a second to think of the name here. I can't think of her name, but the anime is Outlaw Star. I think it's Aisha? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I had to look it up. That is the character I'm thinking of. Both of those characters have strong influence on my taste of women, we'll say. And so, there is an avenue that I can see what you're talking about, Rigid. I just kind of navigated more to the personalities, but seeing the character similarities obviously make me think of those characters, and I understand. Clearly there's some broken trust here. What if... Oh! You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give her the knife.
You can't be serious.
Shut up! I'm going here, narrator.
Now,
Shut it.
Hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
My taste... Oh, Richard, my taste in women got me arrested for cannibalism. That is clever. That's funny. However, I have a thing about the whole cannibalism talk, so I'm gonna drop that one as fast as I can because, again, it goes into parts of my problem with zombie games. Just avenues of topics that aren't something I like getting into.
As do I. I abstain.
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
I'm not sure I think she's necessarily going to do that. And yeah, this isn't a democracy. I'm the one making the shots
You're
here.
going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You hand the blade to the princess, who quickly snatches it from you, her eyes darting between you and the weapon with a nervous curiosity.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She didn't immediately thrust it into my throat. God damn it. My choice of words. Anyways, continuing on.
What do you think happens now?
That's up to you. It's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time, and I regret it. So now it's your time. That's not a bad answer. We're both scared and we're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. Do you want that? I don't. We can be... Again, not a bad answer. You're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it. Her beauty is irrelevant to the thought there. If you're like someone I know, you're probably going to kill me. I like these first two. I'm gonna pick this one this time, but I almost want to go down this avenue again and see if it'll let me pick that one.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade.
Yeah,
in your
fair
heart.
enough. I kind of expected that
What?
to be a thing.
No, come on, that's not right.
No, it might be.
Told you.
Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
But maybe this opens up a chapter 3, which we've had chapter 3s before, in which she'll remember more.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, placed with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
We had this round once before. If we get a round 3, we can navigate a little bit more cautiously.
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time.
Those hairy legs do need to be shaved, though. Like, that's not a thing. I'm not going to let that one slip.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
We didn't get an ending, so we're going to get a chapter 3. Here we are. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods.
She stabbed us. She actually stabbed us.
Ah, shut it. Going to certain websites later and looking up Ryoko from Tenchi Muyo. Thanks for the food. Look up that series as a whole. Tenchi Muyo is a long-running franchise. And there are some top-tier ladies found within. Ryoko is one. Oddly enough, her mother, Washu, trust me, it's weird, but it makes sense if you watch the show. Another high quality. GXP is a branch-off series. Same thing applies. And then you dance into, what was the other? War on Geminar. And there are some options within that as well. So, I highly recommend the series as a whole. The show is actually really fun to watch. But if you're hungry, there's some food for thought. I've heard of Tenchi Muyo, never got the chance to watch it, sadly. Honestly, of the older anime, it's one of the greats. I highly recommend it. However, it does lend itself to certain art form designs over time.
Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against.
Yes, you did, and I don't regret my decision.
But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway.
Right. But the cycle of violence is one that in this adaptation of Timelines, she's only experienced one side of. Now she's experienced both sides of it. And she questioned it at the end.
I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us, though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent.
Agreed.
Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things.
For the record, I actually really liked War on Geminar. I liked it so much I bought the Blu-ray set. However, I really more like the early parts of the show. It just feels more in line with what I want from more Tenchi Muyo. And I have watched the early parts of that series several times, actually.
You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
I watched a bit of it when I was a kid. First girl that I ever had a crush on called it her favorite show at the time. If you're wondering, it was in my girls are icky phase at that time. And seems like Rigid might be familiar with that story. Yeah, unironically, if you want to go at it, something to know about Tenchi Muyo as a series going in is the first portion of it, the Tenchi Muyo side of it. If you try to buy the series, you're gonna have a rough time. It's a franchise that has done a lot of changing hands here and there. And who owns what rights to different parts of the story is really weird and odd to get into. So do a little bit of quick homework and see which version you want to watch. The version that leads into, I think it's the one that leads into, there are two anime series that tell the same general storyline of that time, and both of them are worth watching. I think this is the way I want to word it. Both of them are worth watching, and one of them, when you get to Tenchi Muyo Ryooki, which is the second half of one of those adaptations, if I'm remembering correctly, I think actually does a fair job giving a justification to explaining the bullshit understanding of there being differing tellings of the same story. And in that bullshit justification ending bit, there is a really cool deep dive into a general concept of asking a question of something that it does, and I think it's really unique and very interesting. And then that leads into the OVAs and the branching off series that exist. And when you get to the side content, which is your GXP, that is its own self-contained story. You can just watch Tenchi Muyo GXP as your introductory into the series, but understand that it is its own thing and playing off of its own element to that story and world at large being built. War on Geminar is again its own side content and is so separated from the other stuff that genuinely going from that to any of the others is still almost like experiencing two different stories anyways, but you just kind of have a rough knowing that they're tied together. I think the best way to go about watching them would be either starting with War on Geminar if you want to watch something newer first, and then going back and watching the older stuff, or watching the older stuff first and ending on War on Geminar. What I wouldn't do is I wouldn't suggest starting on GXP because there are some elements in it that kind of expect you to already be somewhat familiar with the franchise. Anyways, once again, I've got to step away for a brief moment. I will be right back. Alright, and I'm back, and what I read as I moved the mic stand again, as always. Anyways, what I read as I was backing off there for a second was Richard pointing out that, at least from his understanding, he has not told Rigid the story referenced earlier. From Rigid, Tenchi Muyo sounds like Fate levels of Rabbit Hole. When you get the chance, DM me the version you think I should start with, and what might be the best way for me to watch it. Yeah, I think I can do that. It's not Fate levels of convoluted. Fate has so many branching stories that still roughly tie to their own thing. the way I can differentiate it for you is Tenchi Muyo does have a timeline of events. And the way I can do this while avoiding spoilers is saying Tenchi Muyo, when it first came out, the main character is Tenchi Musaki. Hence the Tenchi Muyo title card. He's the main character, the story at play revolves around him, and I won't get into any spoilers of the story. But it's kind of a rom-com in its delivery, but it has a lot going on to it that's really cool as well. And that includes much of the side stuff, which is still a continuation of a singular story plotline. When you get to Tenchi Muyo GXP, that story is a branch off because it doesn't even follow Tenchi as the main character. Rather, it follows someone who knows of Tenchi as what you have understood from the Tenchi Muyo mainline story, which is why I say always watch Tenchi Muyo before you watch GXP. Because it really kind of builds off of an understanding of characters from the mainline Tenchi Muyo. And then War on Geminar actually follows someone very close to Tenchi, but under circumstances that have nothing to do with what the series was up until that point, and just tells its own enjoyable story with a character that has fun ties to knowledge and understandings and circumstances that related to the first main series, but help with their explanation in GXP. But again, none of it is necessary to enjoy that franchise, or that part of the franchise. But yeah, I'll hit you up with some recommendations. It's actually my friend Matt, who has come into chat a little bit somewhat recently, a couple of streams back, who actually I think spoke with both of you guys a little bit. Him and I used to, we watched Ryo-Ohki together when that was still fairly relevant. We both watched and discussed War on Geminar when that came out, and we watched separately GXP. But it is a series that both of us very much appreciated when it came out, when the elements of it came out, and because both of us grew up with Tenchi Muyo in the Toonami era, we were for a while trying to, as younger quote-unquote kids, trying to figure out what happened and why there were two stories at play, and why in our pursuit of trying to find it, we could find partial elements of the stories in one avenue and then not the other. Eventually, that's how we came to understand that there were some shenanigans at play on rights holders to the series.
Give what another try, exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other.
He's gonna try, but we're gonna try to work against that.
Great. So you've obviously been
We beat him once, actually.
Apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Alright, so again, we're just gonna go. Wait, hold on. No matter what happens next, it seems like all of our answers are in the cabin. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Let's proceed to the cabin.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point.
I like myself a good comedy anime, especially ones with fantasy elements. I really liked Miss Kobayashi's Dragon. You know, using that as a springboard, I genuinely think you will love Tenchi Muyo. Now, one thing I'll say is one of the elements Tenchi Muyo has that I really love is it has that older animation feel to it, and you'll know what I'm talking about when you watch it. But it's very fantasy, but sci-fi, and it's look. Point is, it is a fantastic show, and I'll hit you up with that recommended watch scenario. I'll try to put something together once I finish up with this stream. First things first, though, I'm trying to see through the end here, and we're hitting a unique story narrative point. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I keep meaning to get into that, but still haven't. It looks like a fun one. Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid is one that I watched for a little bit, and I personally dropped because it didn't grasp me the way other shows have that I get further into. But it was also one that I tried to watch at a time that other things were happening in my life. So for one reason or another, I never finished it, and I never felt strong enough convictions to go back and try to finish it. However, I will say it is a what's the word I'm looking for? The Dragon Maid concept is one that Yu-Gi-Oh! Piggybacked off of for one of the last archetypes that I kind of bought into because I thought the idea that it was clearly a reference to the other anime was too funny not to get into. Alright, I've seen screenshots from Tenchi Muyo, so I have a loose idea of what it is. Going off of your appreciation of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, I think you'll really appreciate what this show brings to the table. And I will say that the characters, personality-wise, are varied enough that you get some really fun interactions that some other shows that have blander interpretations on kind of miss the beat a little bit with. And I think Tenchi Muyo nails it perfectly in this avenue.
I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
I have to say, I find it hilarious that I started this game under the presumption that this was going to be a horror game. It was going to be a narrative horror game, but a horror game all the same. And while it plays horror elements, I think I've treated this more like a psychological deep dive style game. And we've gotten into some very unusual conversations from my diving into this game deeper than it might necessarily want me to have. All the same, I also think it's funny that during a Halloween stream where the expectation was me on edge, a little shaky, high tense, and here I am literally having my feet up, listening to a narration as it goes out, that part I expected, but also just being like, yo, but Tenchi Muyo is a good anime.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore.
Oh shit!
Burned out ruins merely
we have
suggest the shape
another
of the
avenue
of
of just
charred
this.
wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right. This is supposed to be a pristine blade.
Yeah, this is another time that we're missing the blade. We have the table, though.
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she?
Maybe she does.
Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her.
Look, it's not a thing I'm denying already. That was my avenue to begin with.
As far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do.
Do you even get that right? Do you get to leave my head and go to her?
I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work.
Narrator, is this about how any of this is supposed to work?
Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different.
Yeah, I'm just gonna approach the mirror. I'm not even gonna think about it. We've had this dance before.
Hesitating before you begin the descent. Might as well take a look while we can. There's nothing else to do here now that the knife has been taken.
Wipe the
Reach
mirror
forward
clean.
and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing?
It is interesting that that mirror disappears
Figures.
every time we touch it.
Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us. You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
You know what's funny? We had an ending where we were the knight in shining armor and had our lovey-dovey ending, whatever. Our character has never been depicted as human. Thinking about it, that one with the witch ending, and possibly this one, if it's a continuation of that, where she was beastly semi-furry, is the closest thing genetically to what I'd imagine we kind of might maybe be. Which also means, I wonder if in that avenue is going to be the real good ending, even though we've already arguably had a very good ending. Because it feels more tied to each other.
Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. I'd say this feels like a trap, but you practically said as much. Yet you still want us to keep going. They're only thorns. I'd say getting a few scratches in exchange for the lives of everyone in existence is a fair trade. I'm sure you'll manage. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
Okay, is her voice going to be similar to her witch voice that we had, or how is it going to vary?
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back.
Okay, we're in an interesting avenue here. I'm gonna pop a quick save.
I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
'Cause this is interesting now. I have my brain in a spot that has me thinking something about this feels interesting. I want to figure a way out of here for good. I don't know what I want. I never really chose to come here. That's technically true. I do at this point, I want to free her. At this point, that kind of feels like a thing. I'm gonna go with that one.
You know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
There we go. Proceed down the stairs.
Continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges
The
of
narrator
thorns that
didn't
grow more
complain
and more
when I
plentiful
said that
as you
either.
make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles. The space thick with
Is this the
hostile
result of her
vegetation.
feeling guilty from the last one?
At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess. Her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
God, a part of this, I just want to go up there and hug her now. Like, that's sad. Yeah, I'm here to laugh. No, No, no. Of these options, I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you, if you'll let me. Again, I'm going to quick save. This feels like the spot to quick save for this, because I have two options and I don't know which one is going to lead the path I want. I can cut you free, but you'll have to give me the blade. I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to put the ball in her court and see how she responds.
I want to trust you.
I remember when people on Twitter were comparing Edda from the Owl House with some gray-haired Kelv. Yes! I know the character you're talking about! First of all, didn't Owl House, like, end or get canceled or something? Which is bullshit, because it looked really good. But yes, those characters, very, very similar character design energy. That's how I originally found out about it. Also, some of their characterizations share concept similarities. I don't want to say they're the same character, because they're really not. They very much aren't. But there are elements that if you tried to dissect them into a character deep dive, you'll see some similarities between them, which is kind of cool too.
Her grip tightens.
I'm roughly familiar with the series because I've seen a couple episodes.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
Interesting question. Oh, sorry about that. You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are. I think we need to leave together. That's not bad. I like that. No, all of these are similar to the ones that we've already done. So, I like that one. That one feels right.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
I'm not going to make you give me the knife. That's not necessary.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
God, that hurts. Man, I don't think I'm saying anything deep when I say human relations are complicated. And it is genuinely the people you try to let close to you that will ultimately, if they're gonna hurt you, when they do, it hurts the most. And not always is it intended. And it's very easy to approach it from that once bitten, twice shy approach. This game gets... It has some moments that are weird and oddball for me, but when it hits, there is something touching to its narrative at play that... I've said... How many times have I said narrative this entire... I, in part, blame the fact that I've been drinking. The other thing is, it's a narrative story. Anyways, but there is something in the storytelling here that when it's firing on all cylinders, it like genuinely hits a part for me, and I feel it. Apparently, Angry Video Game Nerd just uploaded a video called Beating Jekyll and Hyde. I know what I'm watching after this stream. Well, thank you very much for sticking around to see this through. I mean, at this point, we're pretty far in together, so... that'll be a thing. But yeah, God, I haven't seen an Angry Video Game Nerd video in a long time. The Owl House did finish, but they had to rush the ending a bit because it was too gay from what I understand. I haven't... That's wild. Okay. No secret, I said it before. I am in that, you know, right-wing side of things when the chips fall and you need to say like, oh, are you what? It's kind of more where I'm down. I'd say more just on the right than I am conservative, but that's a whole basket of fuckery to go down. My point is it's weird that I'm in that. And I've never heard it described as that from its wrapping up. Yeah, I'm completely... And again, this is a show that I kind of had mild understanding of, because I watched a little bit of it, and what I watched was, regardless of any discussion on that, I liked what I was watching. It was a pretty good show. Well animated, little bit of funny humor going on. It was pretty good.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
Anyways, we were getting emotional with the with our girl here, the princess.
And I've also hurt you.
No, none of those are bad. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna ask. Don't just reach for it. That's dumb.
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
This truly feels like a character that has maybe not directly remembered everything going on, but at least in this timeline remembers. And from my perspective, going through much longer of this is so more relatable. There is an element of defeatism here. Now, obviously, I've been through this thing, and I'm like, no, I'm here. I will sit in this chair for another 3-4 hours if I need to. I'm not defeated. But it's been well told. And there's something here that I feel is resonating with me.
Okay.
Reach for the blade.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling
But you can
fingers.
see, like, there is an element of the monster element tie-in that almost makes this feel fitting.
For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
I'll be damned. She really gave it to us.
Shush! We're having a moment here, voice of the cheated.
It feels like it's been so long since we've held real power in our hands. I wonder what we should do with it.
The wisest of moves, in my opinion, when you are the one holding real power, especially when you're finally given so much more context to the way things unfold, is usually, the wisest move is usually to not wield it.
We free her, obviously.
Exactly.
It's the right thing to do. I think you're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her.
Exactly, I'm there.
Hear me out. We slay her. Right here, right now. She's never...
I'm not even
Sounds
entertaining
like
that
a
idea. Get out of
splendid
there.
idea. You should listen to him. We've all
Nope,
said
get that
our
out of here.
piece. Now it's time to make our move. It's 2 against 1.
It's 2 against 2.
Nope, your opinion's irrelevant.
You don't count.
Exactly.
And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us.
That would be interesting if it turns out the narrator was, in the element, one of us. I'm going to also put a real save here.
That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
That is a great way to pull me back into this. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the art style for this game is beautiful. It absolutely is. I was looking at a number of games to play. I actually had 2 games that I already own. No, 3 that I was originally dancing with, and I talked it down to 2 for myself. And then there was another one that was going to come out that I was eyeballing, and then I saw this one. And no joke, I put it out on Twitter that I was looking at a new one and I was looking at some old ones. This one wasn't even on the table of my thought when I proposed that question. And I saw this one and I said, no, I want to do this one. It looks visually beautiful, but again, I came in expecting something slightly different. I expected more horror. I expected more terror. I expected more a classic horror concept to get at me that way. And instead, this thing did the most terrifying thing of all and said, what if we come at you with the horrors of real emotions? And that is nowhere near what I expected coming into this. I just wanted the blade back. You're on your own. No, we cut her free.
What a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her. You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision.
He's the voice of the opportunist. Of course he can, and his thoughts are irrelevant unless I need them, because then I will use them as weight against you guys to shut you up. Not that it matters. I'm making all the decisions anyways.
I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess.
If parts of this game were making me mildly thirsty, well, that says a lot about how good the art style is. Yes, mwah. Yes, chef's kiss. We appreciate real, true, cultural endeavors and only the finest quality around here.
Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while.
I can agree with that.
We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions.
You don't get a say anyways. You're better off siding with me on every decision anyways.
Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure, we're all friends. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm.
That's really not the best way to go about trying to cut the vines while minimizing pain and suffering to her. It'll get the job done, but it does feel like there were maybe putting our other hand on the screen would have been a way.
And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. You're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Narrator quiet.
Really all you've got, threatening us with an accidental misstep? I expected more from you.
Yeah, he's getting a little lazy, but you know, it's not the first time they've given us the illusion of choice and ripped it away.
Our blade didn't even waver when he said that. Yeah, you're right, he's a bit of a nobody, isn't he?
Damn right! Now we're getting somewhere.
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
Good. Describe it with more detail.
You
Describe it to me harder. I just really hate the people who put us here. You know what? Let's just go with that one.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Kinda saw that coming, but we have a knife!
You're getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
Don't bully too hard.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
God, we're like getting a full character arc in one single chapter here of this multi-layered telling. Now I see why I ended up liking Ieyasu in Disgaea 7. I'm disgusting. Disgusting like a rat. You say that, but as I'm playing Disgaea 7, we get to the part of Ieyasu being all in on the video game guys, and I was like, bro, I understand him now. You know, I'm gonna cut into the thorns, but I'm not sure how necessary that is.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
At this point, it kicked me in the balls one too many times.
It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what happens now. That's all I've wanted.
I feel that statement a little more than I want to.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
Damn right.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Go all the way back to the very beginning of this. Her opening statement in the questioning, not the opening, but one of them, when I was doing my questioning, was actually making the argument that all of this is about blind trust. And we finally got here. Step into your freedom.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You
It's a new
ones.
day. It's a new I'm sorry, that's a WWE song is where I'm pulling that one from.
What do we do now? Where's everything going?
This is gonna happen, but it needs to happen.
Why is it so cold?
I understand. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Okay, this time, this feels like a good one to say. We've been here before, and you
It
always
feels
get
so
scared.
bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
In a way, it kind of is, but all along, since the showing up of the mirror,
going
it's
to
also been the
do
beginning
something to us.
of everything.
I can feel it. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
It's not. This is a new one. It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so. I'll trust you. So, this is all going to work out. Finally. We're going places.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Interesting. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure. Faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are you me? We are the He was a voice in our head! I mentioned that being like a weird avenue it could take. A crack slides down this. We were building ourselves up as we were building her up on the other side of what's going to go on here. No more mirror. This is it. This is the thing. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So, you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you. What are you? Are you something like me? If you're not me, then what are you? I have so many questions. Does it hurt when the pieces break off like that? I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. No, that's not quite right. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Alright, here's the question. Have I even fallen? Because I don't see it that way. I have risen above the trials and turbulence thus far. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
Oh, well. And if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along?
I haven't, and that's by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
And I'm not sure that's a bad thing. Oh, that's a hard one. After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? That's a hard one, and again, down my avenue, I don't think that's a relevant question for my approach to this game. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all of this hubris? I'm not entirely sure if it's hubris either. So, you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me? The people out there beyond the walls of the construct, did they know about this? Did they know what you want me to do to them? Oh, I like that one. That's the one I'm going to go with.
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion.
Yo, that almost sounds like modern timeline real life, though. That visual of the princess wrapped in thorns got my mind going to some dirty places. Well, now that you say that... Honestly, the only place it takes my brain is, if you've ever watched Yu Yu Hakusho, in the Dark Tournament, there is a moment, if you know, you know.
When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
Well, when all is gone... When the board is reset... It's reset! It's irrelevant, and the best thing we can do is hope that somehow there is a faint flicker of our having been that can scream through time into the reset and proclaim that we were here. We did exist. And it's more a hope than anything, but that should be good enough. Are you a part of me, or are you something else is another good one? So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it. Why did you lie to me? Okay, I want to know my true identity. That's a good one. I'm going to check that one.
Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
You are the long pole. Okay, now we're getting into some weird twists in the narrative. Alright, let's go back down here. There was another one I wanted to ask. Oh, okay, here we go. Who cares about dying? I've died plenty of times. Why would you want to rid the world? That's a good question. Again, death and decay is a part of the experience. It's to completely be without doesn't seem right to me. So why would you think that was the way to go?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
Wrong! I exist here as a player of a game, one singular person in a grander void of reality. I can die. I know I will die. I think I'm more at peace that with my life lived than someone who fears death to that degree. There you go. I'm pretty sure death is good, actually. Important, even. It's not good in the idea that it makes you feel good, but it's good in the idea that it feels necessary and important.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't...
Again, it says the same thing in response to that. Again, I've died plenty of times, but none of those deaths were, aside from the first one, meant to feel permanent or real. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Again, that's not quite right. I kind of want to know that one. I'm gonna ask if he made the princess too. If the circumstances were that I needed to kill her, why did he build it this way?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Interesting.
So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you.
And I spit in your face.
This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Okay, but at this point, I'm facing the knowledge that the universe is old, it's dying, it's on its last leg one way or the other. The answer to prevent that is something that I fundamentally am opposed to. So, I might just feel right to let it go with my head held high, full of pride and dignity going forward, and see what the universe unfolds from that decision. I'm not going to ask him about hubris. For God's sake, I am not going to be someone to question somebody else on hubris in the setting here, because I am one hubris motherfucker. Oh yeah, that moment when Yu Yu Hakusho and Kurama bleeps out spoilers like it's the 13th bad word? No? Wait. Oh, okay, I get it. I misinterpreted the statement as written. That moment in Yu Yu Hakusho when Kurama and thought there continue bleeps out spoilers like it's the 13th bad word. Not so much Kurama, it's the Dark Tournament. I think after the fight, not after the fight with, but during the arc of that arc, the sub-arc, the battle with the Shinobi group, which I think doesn't provide any spoiler because I reference an arc, talk about a part in the arc, but spoil nothing about what happens. I think I'm safe there avoiding spoilers. But there is a character there that very much is befitting of what my brain went to off of the explanation of those thorns and the dirty thoughts. Do you know that things won't just be worse if I... Yeah, there you go. And I'm going to say, I would say that differently. It would just be, you don't know that things won't just be worse if I destroy her.
Of course there will be worse. I saw a glimpse of a better world, and I did what I could to make it real. Anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
That's true, nobody wants to leave. But we're dealing with a set of circumstances that I'm not sure any being of sentience gets the right to make. Oh, this is an interesting one.
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
No. Hold on. Now we're getting into something I can build off of here. We had an ending where I was in a room with my own thoughts. Again, I thought it was somebody else at the time. I thought there were two people in the room. It was just me with my own thoughts. I was already crazy. Where we propelled ourselves to the edge of the universe, to the end of time. And I made the statement, and I stand by it. Given the choice, I probably would do something similar in the real world. Would I lock myself in a voidless reality at the end of the universe, the end of time, at the end of space and existence? Would I lock myself in a Twilight Zone cabin by myself with the thoughts of what I had done to justify that as long as I know I draw breath, everybody else got to continue to exist? And I said, that is arguably a good ending. That's a win. And I still see it that way. But that is me making the sacrifice for myself under the pretense of other people benefiting, and I am willing to do that. This is different. This is actually flipping it on its head. To guarantee that not all life dies, I can instead assume a reality in which everyone else dies, but I get to live for eternity. The circumstances of the way that plays out are vastly different. And the way I'd say it is the same thing I approach the concept of immortality with. Immortality is not a superpower that is good. It is not a gift. It is a curse. Immortality is the worst thing I could ever perceive myself acquiring in the supernatural sense. Invulnerability? Oh, that'd be great. I'd love it. Immortality is something different. And again, invulnerability in its truest sense would be in that same avenue. But this feels like willingly taking on a curse just to hold on to a glimpse of a fear of death. And I don't view death in that way. I'm more okay with dying than maybe some other people are. But I wouldn't want to live just to hold on to a faint existence of what once had the potential to be. Simply by not dying, we hold off the reset. If I die, things are actually allowed to reset. Things can be tried anew. I'm not crazy. The voices in my head said so. Absolutely, I'm right there with it. Tuck Everlasting summed up immortality being bad quite perfectly, in my opinion. I'm not familiar with Tuck Everlasting. Might have to look into that. I'm familiar with it as existing. but I knew nothing about the story. I knew no summary or anything. But yeah, no, immortality is not a good thing. And immortality in isolation that terrifies me far more than death, far more than the concept of a true ending. The idea that there is an end to everything doesn't terrify me nearly as much as being promised an endless time filled with nothing and no one. This game is getting philosophical. My take is that death is necessary. If nothing dies, there's nothing to the next generation to learn and grow from. That's also a valid approach to the concept there. I think I'm taking a little bit more of a deeper dive to the spiritual aspect of the individual. You're taking more of the approach to generationally. And the way I'm viewing this premise to me is there is no generationally. When everything ends here, the premise is everything ends. There is no next generation. There is no follow-up. The best we have is this thing has given us the concept that maybe everything resets. All of reality, all of time resets. This kind of comes into the idea of there's a theory of the universe where everything will collapse into a singularity and burst back into everything once again. The idea of true empty nothingness at the end of it all terrifies me. It simply put, terrifies me less than the premise of... Basically, this is like, do you want to be God? You know, do you want to say that in the beginning there was nothing, and then God started making things? The idea there being is there's nothing, but there was God. God predates, God exists beyond our concept of nothing even. And the idea here is, do you want to be God? And I genuinely think there is a sadness in that. There is a melancholy that we are not meant to experience. And the promise of a true end and nothing is more appealing to me than taking on that immeasurable sadness. Fun fact, only the good die young. Look suspiciously at my older family members. That's a good one. That said, you know, it hits different when you've lost good people old. Say nothing and... hold on. I like closure. Closure is good. Closure is what I seek in good storytelling for me. It doesn't have to be happy. It doesn't have to, but closure. I need closure. And I'm going to give that to this narrator. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good.
Well, there's no reasoning with a god, even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away.
But even the reverberations of sound can leave their mark in reality, I think. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet. A vast and nascent... Hold on, let me look up the definition of this word. Just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. So we are a young and inexperienced but full of potential god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. all of this is you. But yeah, this game got philosophical a number of times and gave deep dives into one's personal views and beliefs, and I mentioned it before. That's truly the nightmare of this game, and it, as a result, conceptually approaches what can be horror and not horror in a really unique way. I really loved the experience I had with this. This was... we're not at the end yet, but thus far, now that we've reached this point, this has been kind of beautiful in a lot of ways. We as humans don't want to go through seasonal rot like The Simpsons. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Bring the thorn to her. Hold on, I'm going to save this again. Right here. Yep. I feel good about that path we took there. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Oh, that's some creepy nightmare fuel, but also weirdly befitting for what we've built up towards.
Finally see me.
That definitely took me for a ride there for a moment.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Okay, that's irrelevant. I don't need to know if she knows about the Echo, or if she's heard our... I kind of want to know if she's heard our conversation. That's the part of the question I like there. I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means. And again, from my perspective, that's okay. I am curious here, but I almost feel like that's the answer I want to go with. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
We're gonna go with that one.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Again, that's kind of where I'm at with the whole, the concept of gods here thing. This is so, like, I love what I'm playing here. Absolutely, I'm not going to leave that one on the table. This does definitely feel very, Angel Orgy in the concept of, can you have, hold on, is this a, wait, before I make the reference. Yes, okay, so NSP, Ninja Sex Party, has a song, An Orgy for One, and something about this feels befitting of that conceptually. And what's weird here is, I don't know if the game wants me to feel this way, but I feel like what it's portraying is this character is me, and I am her. We are going to, at the end of this, be as one in what is, I assume, the eventual fading of everything. So, even though I am, as a guy, I'm looking here, it's like, but the experience I'm getting in the concept of the orgy here is just like, yeah, it's still it's an orgy of one. I am the all, and the all is of the me. So really all we're looking at here is one big, one long and massively involved self-pleasuring moment. What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Yo, that's kind of what I was getting into. Bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning. If it's just me in a voidless space of nothing existing simply for the concept of existence to continue, that is an empty reality that holds no meaning. Again, at least as I was interpreting it. So, or will you open the final doors to our liberation? If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. No, I can do that. That's where this is going. If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I really feel at this point, it kind of really did. It was a beautiful experience overall. There has to be another way. This can't just come down to me either destroying you or letting you out. No, I feel it's one or the other. It can be that. I think it's time for us to leave this place, but I don't know how to leave or where to go.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final piece lies with you.
And I would put peace in both spellings and meanings of those words. Peace is in the item, the final piece is within me. And man, the way this is built up, it's the final piece is also within me. Free yourself. I love that the hands from earlier are the hair. So remember how I said this is basically one big angel masturbation moment? You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. Wow, okay, that's a little loud. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. I almost said angels. Infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Take her hand. Take her hand with our little lizard gooby hand off to the side here. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. She's the Eldritch Abomination, and we're the furry. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. And I'm thinking back, like, how I feel now, and earlier in this game, It absolutely pissed me off to no uncertain terms at that point in the story. If I was playing this on my own, it was such a gut punch. I said it, and I would have turned the game off. I would have uninstalled it, and I would have returned it. I would have been like, Steam, give me my money back. This has done things I don't appreciate, but because I was streaming it, and I wanted to, this is what it is. I wasn't going to back out at that point. It was a fantastic thing to go through, and I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't have that position to make the choice I otherwise would have. I'm going to say this, but I feel like the answer's irrelevant. We step into the infinite.
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
What happens now? Everything. Again, the answer is irrelevant. We're doing it. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you always will always be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. That Nicole Goodnight. All right, that was the voice of the princess. That was amazing in a way I didn't expect it to be. That I am kind of at a loss of words. It was. I love things that make you think. I love the deep dives into we as people, me as an individual, things that make me stop and think are. Finish the game. The good ending doesn't count. So that wasn't the good ending? Or do they mean the good ending where we walked out with the princess the first time? Because that felt like the good ending. That felt complete to me. That felt like an emotional ride that ended beautifully. And as we mentioned earlier, as Rigid brought out with independent animations, thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. Hide the UI by hitting H. Hold on. This is something I'm going to step aside here and let me see if I can do this. Okay, there we go. Let me turn this back on. Give me a second. Okay, there we are. We are back at the main menu. That was the ending that went there. I didn't want to ruin something that they had put at the end there for the individual player. Kind of funny that you happen to be playing a game that plays with similar concept. Yeah, again, I went into this fully expecting just a horror game. I even hit a point where I was dissatisfied with what I bought. We went through full character arcs within me, the player, in this game that had full arcs within it as well. This was... I don't think I've ever played what I would call to be a visual novel that goes anywhere near this, and this was amazing for me. I think I'm going to have to share this with a couple other people that like those personal dives as well. But yeah, I guess this is the ending point of the stream. I'm just ending on a high note I never expected. Anyways, Richard, Rigid, thank you both so much for being here. And, wow, this was a wild ride. Dem, hopefully you wake up without too much of a hangover. But yeah, thank you very much, Rigid. Have a nice day. Actually, it's the end of the day, but we get the weekend from here, so Rigid, enjoy your weekend, man. And Richard, Dem, hopefully we can all enjoy the weekend. I might do another stream at some point, unknown right now if I'll have time to fit it in. I have to get back to Disgaea 7. That's a story that we still have to unravel further. And I think I'm getting near the end on Armored Core 6, at least for the first playthrough. And I know, I've looked into it, it's New Game Plus Plus is the earliest point you can actually get what is referred to as the true ending. I don't think I'll stream that much of it, because I'll get to one effective ending, and then I want to experience it at a faster pace and not have to stream everything, so that I can sit there and kind of dissect what's happening a little bit more clearly. But yeah, thank you so much everybody for coming in on this one, and I never expected this to hit this well. This was phenomenal, and it really took until that end bit to really make me appreciate it. But like I said, before I wrapped up, finally, I wanted to say, like Rigid had brought up earlier, this is why independent projects can hit in ways when they're unrestricted so fucking well. And that's with so much of this stuff. Video games, music, animation. When people are allowed to pursue the art in the concept of the art, you can get a lot of failure, but you can get some beautiful things like this. And I think that's the ending thought I'm gonna have there. So one last time, thank you so much everybody for coming in. Have a safe weekend, and have a great weekend on top of it. Thank you so much. Bye.